Jajang! I am back. I got my model working again. I don't know what was going on, but we are back now. Hello, everyone. Welcome in tonight. We're back with Cafe Enchante because we need to do more Otome things. Oh, here it goes again. Here it goes again. Here, we're gonna skip that because we've seen this so many times now. But yeah, we're on Rindo's route. So we're going to just get right back into it. Oh man, after how we ended it, what was it? Was it last Wednesday? No, not last Wednesday. Last Tuesday? Was it last Tuesday that we were playing this? I think it was last Tuesday we were playing this. And the internet being the way that it is. Just cutting out, I was so disappointed. Like, I could play it on my own, right? But we're playing it together, so... I was bummed that stream decided to cut out. Internet, let's pray the internet stays on tonight. That would be great. I don't have high hopes, but we're going to pray for the best at the very least. Oh, we're not capturing game audio, are we? No, we are. Okay, yes, we are. There we are. Making sure I was like, oh my gosh, if it's not one thing, it's another thing, right? But yeah, we're going to jump back in. Let's go ahead and load the save data. Boom. And for whatever reason, Twitch says that my connection is unstable. But we'll see and hope that it goes through. Because OBS seems to be happy right now. Loading complete. Cool. Throw me back in. Oh right, yeah, it was right after. We don't have history today. I'm fairly certain, if I remember correctly, the storyline he just told us about his sister, and how his sister was human, but was working at the GPM with him, and was in the research and development, and had a nasty accident where she turned into the fox that Mikado carries. Crazy Mikado carries. Yeah. Mr. Rindo puts on a warm and gentle smile, seeing my eyes widen awe. It was like he finally found solace in it. And that smile again. A sharp pain surges through my heart seeing it. Mr. Rindo smiles like that a lot. A kind and gentle smile like any other. A smile that would make any girl swoon. It never really bothered me before, but now I finally notice. Mr. Rindo must use that smile when he's trying to hide his true feelings. His sorrow, his suffering. Or maybe it's to show that he's given up. He smiles like that to push his feelings and thoughts deep inside in order to prevent others from taking notice. It was fine. I've seen scarier. I got pushed off of a cliff by fairies. I've seen much scarier, Rindo. It's okay. You know what? It's kind of warm in here. It was quite warm in here today, so I'm gonna turn the fan on. Oh. My model is just drifting all over the place. Oh my lord. Reset. There we go. We are reset. But yeah, we don't want it to overheat in here. Computers should not be overheating. Make sure you have good circulation, air cooling, or water cooling for your computers, everyone. Okay. Fans on. We Gucci. Everything should be deja vu. Cool, that's good. Should be good too. Okay, cool. Okay. Sorry. We'll get back to it. Yes, Shizuku drinking human blood is different than humans eating and breathing in air. She's doing her best. Why is my monopia weird? Did I bump the camera? No, maybe. Reset again. Here we go.
本来なら誰を恨むべきでもない。常識の違いから来る不幸なすれ違い。
Why did it say I went live again? Stream elements, you being goofy.
でもそれが人間と人外の致命的な食い違いなんだ。今や僕の妹は人間の血をすらなければ生きられない体で、そのために帝は進んで血を捧げている。だけど雫はもう答えることも笑うこともない。言葉を理解する素振りさえない。これが7年前の事件の救いのない結末だ。
You're afraid I'm going to turn into that? I'm not stupid, Rindo. I'm not in the GPM R&D department. He lets out a heavy sigh. Mr. Rindo turns his eyes away from me. My model being weird again? Why is it being weird? I feel like its movement is kind of restricted somehow. I feel like I've been able to settle. It's like just my head. There we go. Like the body's turning too. I don't know what's going on. I'd rather deal with this than. Boom. Yeah, it just. Where is the movement? Movement range? Is that what it is? Change that. I don't know. Things have been. Ah, no! Ah, no! Don't you turn off. No! I should have started talking about it. Gosh damn it! Hold on. Hold on. I literally got everything set up for stream. And it was fine. It was 100% fine. I've been sitting here for like 30 minutes getting stuff set up. And now is the time. Ah! And stream seems like it's suffering too. We're all suffering. We're all suffering. Okay. Are we going to be happy again? We're going to do our damnedest to be happy again. Reconnect! I'm looking at you, OBS. Or I guess it's OBS, but internet, get your shit together. It's only 8:30. I'm not allowing you to go out until at least 2:30 in the morning when I'm asleep. Okay. What did he say? He lets out a heavy sigh. Mr. Rindo turns his eyes away from me. Silence comes upon the cafe again. His story is so far-fetched that I can't fathom how it could be true. Which is why no matter what I try to say him, I'm sure it will come across as a petty condolence to him. Our relationship isn't strong enough for me to digest and accept his dark past. And to think I was trying to find a way to do something for him. I was so out of my own league.
聞いて楽しい話じゃなかったよね。
It's okay. But as Mr. Rindo, thank you so very much for sharing your story with me. As the owner of Cafe Enchante, and as someone who calls non-humans her friends, the least I could do was to listen to what he had to say. I can't let his story stop me. I recall what the king of the non-humans, a patron of this cafe, had told me. I decided to get myself involved further. I think I finally know you a bit better, Mr. Rindo. You were trying to warn me of the dangers of human and non-human relationships because of your younger sister's fate.
Ah, そうだよ.
Indeed. Indeed. Whoa! Move my mic around. Everything settled again. Mr. Rindo nods and chuckles, a bit in self-scorn. It was as if he hated his very existence. Rindo, no!
けど、妹のことだけじゃない。言ったように僕は数多くの人間と人外を見てきた。友人、恋人、家族になった組み合わせも。 だけど、その多くは悲劇で終わる。人と人外の違いは必ず歪みとして出る。よくある昔話みたいにね。
Princess Kaguya, returning to the moon. The Snow Queen turning her love to ice. The Little Mermaid turning into foam.
きっと人間と人外は本来交わるべきではなかったんだ。
And that's why I'm on your route, Rindo. Man, my model's looking goofy. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just self-conscious of everything. It's acting weird. It's like got a weird kind of thing going on. The only response I could offer him, seeing his star-filled eyes, was, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I remained silent for a bit. I tried my best to pick my words carefully, to explain my honest thoughts. I don't think so. A simple disagreement to start with. I'm not really sure what I say is something that I should retell Mr. Rindo, but tragedy is just one side of the relationship. Not all relationships between humans and non-humans end in tragedy. First and foremost, tragedy and heartaches occur in human relationships too. History proves that very clearly.
だけど、
This cafe and the gate brought many of them into my life. I cut off Mr. Rindo's response before he has a chance to finish it. Miser? I saw Canis and I was like, ooh, Canis. Miser, Canis, Ignis? They brought fun and joy into my mundane life. Mundane, stressful life, excuse me. And it brought you to me, Mr. Rindo. Human and non-human relationships aren't filled with tragedy. My very existence in Enchante is proof of that. I look straight into Mr. Rindo's eyes to show how serious I am. Suddenly, he begins to laugh.
確かに君の言うことももっともだ。
Then, this time he intervenes and begins to speak before I could finish my thought.
でもね、やっぱりそれはただの一例。悲劇があることは変わりないんだ。とはいえ、君の考えを否定しようとは思わない。君は
You're
その
good
まま
as
でいいん
is.
だよ。
Don't change, Otome. Yes. I looked down. I realized I was supposed to brew coffee with the water in the dripper, feeling more like lukewarm than hot in my hands. The damp grinds are completely dry now, and trying to make coffee with it will guarantee some bitter brew. I'm so sorry. I forgot to brew the coffee. I'll make the fuck! I can't remember how this word's pronounced. I've never drank this in my life. Cafe au lait? Oh, I don't know. I want to make the drink right away, so if you'll please wait.
ね、琴音ちゃん。
I look upon hearing my name, only to find Mr. Rindo's face inches from mine. He's leaning against the counter toward me. I feel nervous with how close he is to me. He has himself bent forward so that his face is on the same level as mine. I think this is the first time I noticed that his eyes were so clear and beautiful. Oh, what is it? My mind is starting to get hazy from the situation, so I look away to prepare the coffee when...
一つ答えてもらえるかな。僕のこと。
You caught me. You caught me, Rindo. Excuse me? Where did that come from? I look at Mr. Rindo and he doesn't seem to think his question is funny at all. His stern face and eyes are preventing me from looking away.
直感でいいんだ。二択で答えて。
When he said like, he meant as a human, right? I mean, not as a male, right? If so, yes. Yes. Well, I appreciate the...
つまり、二択で言うと
yes or no. I try to change the subject, but he brings me back by simply asking me to reply one or the other. I guess you can say it's a yes.
そっか。嬉しいな。じゃあ、ついでにもう一つ。 ミシェルとかカヌスとかジョーレンズと比べたら
This is a non-question. I'm sorry, Rindo. There he goes again. My lips purse as I begin to pout over the question. It's not nice to compare which one I like over the other. What in the world is this all about? Is there a reason why you're asking me this? I glare at Mr. Rindo from close range and speak my mind.
特に意味はないよ。
It seemed
た
like
だ
your
僕が
first
一番な
pick.
ら嬉しいなって。
I'm sorry, Rindo. I don't think you're going to be my first pick. You obviously weren't my first pick going down the routes. I'm sorry. I'm going to seriously get angry.
ごめんごめん。
He doesn't know how anxious I was with his questioning. Or maybe he does, and he's perfectly doing it to tease you. Like, how can I compare Miser or Kanis and everyone else among each other when they're all loyal patrons here? Despite the various relationships bonding us all together, I am the owner and they're my customers. In particular, Miser and Mr. Rindo are strangely similar to one another. Both of them treat me like a kid and are overly protective of me. Not that they're the two oldest, but for character types, they're the two oldest. They're the two oldest. Then again, one of them is a king who's more than 1,000 years old.
琴音ちゃん。
What is it now? I better not hear another weird question from you. It's not easy finding a response when your questions
今
aren't...
度二人きりでデートしよう。
Huh? Out of the blue, huh? Huh? You always do this. You take me out to eat and you drag me, quote unquote, against my will. And so, without much I could say, Mr. Rindo went ahead and set a date. I see Mr. Rindo off as he tells me that he's going to meet me here for our date. I replay in my head what he'd said to me earlier and try to make sense of it. Let's go out on a date. Just the thought of it's making me blush. What was Mr. Rindo thinking asking me on a date like this? It was all so sudden. Going out with someone isn't that unusual. I've gone out with Miser, Canis, Il, and Ignis plenty of times. So I've pretty much gone out with the Enchante regulars before. But this is a real date, right? At least I got the impression that he was serious about this when he asked. In any case, I'd better close up the shop already. As I hurry to get the cafe closed, my mind keeps dwelling on what's to come. Suddenly, I hear footsteps and turn around to find someone I wasn't expecting.
やあやあ、琴音くん。店先にいるとは幸いだ。お店はまだ営業中だったのかな。
What are you doing here? You're not welcome. Mikado! Oh, well, I was just starting to close up. What brings you here at this hour?
おお、そうだったのか。とはいえ、僕は君自身に用があったのでね。
You came to see
タイ
me?
ミングとしてはバッチリだったね。
What are you getting at?
ふふん、僕は義理がたい男として通っていてね。
Oh,
プレゼント選びのお礼をしに来たのさ。
for picking out your girlfriend's birthday present. Mikado then whips out something from his coat's pocket. And this is a papercraft octopus with a space blaster? Mikado shows me his thanks by giving me a wooden doll. I've never seen anything like it before. It kind of looks like some sort of strange alien modeled from a cheap stock photo.
これはね、とある人外の作った伝統工芸品だそうでね。
By a certain non-human?
何でも魔除けと開運の意味があるそうなんだ。それをぜひ君にあげたくてね。
Okay. I take the doll in my hand as Mikado puffs his cheeks and grins wildly. Or not wildly, widely, excuse me. I'm not sure where I can put this, but I can't deny his goodwill. Thank you.
その説は本当に助かったよ。クーちゃんも喜んでくれたし。ねえ、クーちゃん。
Mr. Mikado looks at Ku in his arm and beckons an answer. It doesn't seem like he's changed a bit since I met him. But now I know that Ku isn't just a doll. She's really Mr. Rindo's baby sister. A former human who turned into a Type 3 non-human and is now a Type 2 non-human.
どうしたのかね、そんな苦しそうな顔をして。
Nothing! I'm fine. I wasn't aware I was making a face. I hurriedly tried to hide my expression, but I realized I can't. It's because Mr. Rindo was just here a while ago.
あれ、そうなのかい。しまった。車で送ってもらえば帰りが楽。
And Mr. Rindo told me all about Ku. Suddenly, Mikoto's joyful expression vanishes. His blank, emotionless stare proves it. Mr. Rindo's story is true. I heard that Ku was a former human, and she was Rindo's younger sister and your lover. After a brief moment of silence, Mikoto begins to laugh.
ああ、その通りだよ。
I'm so sorry. I had no idea.
謝る必要などないとも。どんな姿になっても、雫は雫だ。
Mikoto's the type that'd be
僕の
like,
愛した女性に。
as long as
間違いない。
Shizuku's happy, I don't care if she's a monster and eats me. If Shizuku wants to eat me, she can. She can kill me if she wants. All for her sake.
本来はそのまま死ぬはずだった雫が生きているだけで、僕は幸せさ。もちろん、世間一般の恋愛とは全く違うという自覚もある。職員に異常者だと陰口を叩かれているのも知っているよ。まあ、天才は孤高なものだしね。
Hearing Mikoto talk about Shizuku reminds me of how kids talk about their fantasies. His eyes glimmer with a sparkle of hope. And that brought a sharp pain to my heart.
なあ、琴音くん。君もやはり変だと思うかね。
Don't make this be an option. Well, it is strange. It is strange, but then again, I'm also in a dating sim where I'm romancing humanoid, otherworldly creatures. So, I will say not at all. No, I don't think it's strange at all. I'm not lying. I mean, yes, it's different from other romantic relationships. But who am I to say? I'm currently living with non-humans here at Enchante. What brings you love and who brings you joy, they can be whatever you want them to be. Man, why am I touching this? Ugh. Mr. Mikoto's eyes widen hearing Mr. Mikoto's eyes widen hearing my words.
君は変わっているね。僕たちの状況を見て、聞いて、知った上で。
He sounds different than usual. Mikoto's replies very quietly as if he was shaking a bit. I'm walking back from Cafe Enchante. I decided to enjoy the night air with Ku on our way home.
リンドも人が悪いな。アンシャンテに行く用事があるなら、
But then he
僕
wouldn't
も
have
誘
asked.
ってくれればよかったのに。
You think he's really gonna ask me out on a date right in front of you? Like, he might, but you're a small thorn in his side. At the very least, just a little bit.
でも、こうして二人で夜の散歩。というのも悪くないか。でも、せっかくなら次は。
Oh right,
開
last
店
time
している
wasn't
間
he
に来
like?
て、カフェデートというのも
man.
捨てがたい。
Guess what, Rindo? How about the four of us go on a double date and we're just like, after I just witnessed Ku just go chomp right into his arm, viciously. It's like, maybe not, maybe another time.
君は意外にも砂糖たっぷりのカフェオレが好きだったからね。
I need to figure out how to pronounce
初
that.
めて見たときは驚いたな。
I need to figure out how to pronounce it because I feel it's gonna come up a lot. Because isn't that what Rindo just gets normally a lot?
まあ、研究というのは頭を使う作業だからね。 甘いものが欲しくなるのはよくわかるよ。君の影響なのか。おかげで僕も今ではコーヒーに砂糖をこれでもかと入れて
High
しまうよ。
blood sugar.
君が生きていてくれれば幸せなのは間違いない。けどいつか
Let's turn you back.
君を人間に戻せたらいいんだけど、なかなかうまくはいかないね。おや、誰かと思えば女子くんじゃないか。
Welcome
出
back.
迎えご苦
If I
労様だ。
remember correctly, Hikaru Midorikawa?
否定。出迎えではない。
I think so.
宣告からずっと近くに控えていた。
My dear old assistant looks back at me, or looks back at Enchante, then toward me.
先ほどの会話について。生きていてくれれば幸せだと、そう言っていたな。
なんだい盗み聞き？僕とクーちゃんの会話を盗み聞きするなんて趣味が悪いな。
否定。先ほどのそれは会話ではない。改めて問う。自分には幸せという言葉の定義が不明だが、それは現状に満足しているという意味か。
Well, you can be happy in the moment, but have goals and aspirations to strive for something better. Like, it's what's the word? Take nothing for granted, right? Like, even though you want something better, find the things that you're happy for in the moment to enjoy. You don't have to be so weird about this, assistant. You don't have to be weird about this. He could be happy now, even though it's not what he wants.
満足？現状に？
I let out a chuckle.
そんなわけないじゃないか。
I look toward Ku. I can tell she's breathing and alive just by her warmth, but
本当なら言葉を交わしたい。彼女の笑顔だって見たい。
you wouldn't believe how perfect her smile was. Which is why I spent the last 7 years in the laboratory to find a way to bring her back to me. But my research hasn't given me many results. I was able to create suppressio, though, which can slow non-human movement, among other items useful to the GPM. But the result I want hasn't come yet. Is it possible for me to see her beautiful smile again? How many times has that question crossed my mind and broken my heart?
彼女がさ、ずっとおとなしい理由ってわかるかい？仮にも大きな事件を起こした
She's taking a break now. She used up all her extroverted energy while she was out in the real world, and now she's like, we must suppress this. We have less energy in a small form.
答えは単純。彼女の活動を抑えつける薬を一日も欠かさず投薬しているからさ。生きていてほしい。
So she's essentially like sedated every day.
幸せに笑ってほしいと願いながら。それで
Oops, I cut him off. I'm sorry. And sometimes I just want to stop injecting her and get it over with already.
暴走状態になったとしてもさ、何も反応を返さない今よりは
True.
ずっとマシなんじゃないかって。でも雫は加害者だ。無謀な実験で人外化してしまった挙句に少なくない数の職員を殺傷した。
As Shizuku can regain consciousness, she'll probably want to repent for what she's done. The person I love is smart and kind. She also has a strong sense of justice. Which is why I need to restrain myself. Stopping the injection will only prolong Shizuku's suffering. I have to keep the promise I made to Rindo. I can't break my promise with him after he spared her life at the very last moment.
だから僕のわがままで解放などできない。リンドウにも申し訳が立たないから。
そうか。
Well, now he doesn't seem very interested despite having started the conversation. He's holding a cell phone in his hand.
上層部から連絡があった。帝明の今までの功績を考慮した結果、昇進の話が出ているそうだ。
昇進
Promotion? An actual promotion, or is it a promotion to get you out of the way? I'm honestly not that interested. I really don't care whether they promote me or not. But if I do get promoted, I'll have the seniority to do what I want. Such as work on getting Shizuku back.
まあ、偉くなれば予算も資料も引き出しやすくなるもんね。
では、昇進については肯定ということで良いか？
I think for a while. I heard that climbing the corporate ladder only means more work to handle. But the GPM wouldn't be where they are today without the inventions I've created. Which means they probably need me to stay on my projects. If they ever try to move me out, I'll just throw another fit. I only have one goal in my life. But I'm stuck in limbo trying to obtain that goal right now. If so, then maybe this promotion's a good thing to me.
そうだね。うん。昇進の話、受けるよ。
All for Ku. I said all for Ku, fine. I couldn't say the same thing. All for Shizuku. Chapter 3. Let's go out on a date. A few days have passed since Mr. Rindo sent an invitation. And now I'm sitting in the passenger seat in Mr. Rindo's car. I can't stop myself from looking at Mr. Rindo driving the car. My gosh, those stupid sunglasses. You just take those sunglasses off and you will look so much better. Or get new sunglasses, my god. It isn't so hard for me to strike up a conversation when we're at Enchante, but I can't seem to get myself to talk to him. This feels so weird.
おや、ガチガチじゃないか。リラックス、リラックス。
But it does feel a bit awkward sitting here like this. I mean, being with you is...
デートだから
Be quiet.
そんな睨まないでほしいな。せっかくだから楽しくさ。笑顔、笑顔。
A date. The word coming out of Mr. Rindo is the very reason why I'm like this. Mind you, I'm a girl. It just feels really weird to be with him on a date like this. Not to mention his serious tone back then isn't helping.
琴音ちゃん、今度二人きりでデートしよう。
I felt like I wasn't getting the full story. Then again, he was looking straight into my eyes. I doubt any girl can refuse such a sweet smile so close to your face. Well, he is a lot older, so maybe he just said it without much thought on this being a date. It's a pretty big deal to me, though. It's such a big deal that I kept trying to find the perfect clothes to wear today. Hello! See here. Aleda? Is that how you say it? Aleda, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the memory database. I hope you enjoy your time here. I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream too. We're going to keep going down Rindo's route and see how far we can get in this Otome. Thank you, thank you. See here. It's such a big deal that I kept trying to find the perfect clothes to wear today. But wearing something special for today felt like I was looking too forward to it, so I ended up wearing my everyday clothes. But
今日のネイル、かわいいね。
you noticed. I felt my heart jump as he took notice of the one part I figured I should prep for today.
ああ、そうだ。今更なんだけど。
Oh, what is it?
そんな風に可愛くして、あの物騒なお父さんたちに心配されなかった？根掘り葉掘り聞かれた上で、 反対されるんじゃない
They're
か
like my
と
wingman at the
も
very
思ってた
at the
よ
very least, Miser. I'm not sure about the others. I can't remember, but I know Miser was like, "You should get to know him, Kotone-chan. You should get to know him better." And it's like, you're pushing me towards him because it's his route. I know it. Well, I let out a chuckle. To be honest, they did sort of interrogate me.
はいことね。これ俺からのプレゼント。
Uh, a personal alarm?
そりゃもちろん林道対策。襲われたら迷わず押すこと。即座に
Press the
林道を
button and
塵に
immediately
変え
scream
て
out,
みせるよ。
That's a bit aggressive, isn't it?
というより、わざわざ襲わせる必要はないかと。やられる前に型をつければ
No,
解決
don't
で
kill
は。
him. Don't you kill him.
なら証拠隠滅は俺がやってやるよ。ベスティアに捨ててきてやる。
Oh my lord. I don't like where this is heading.
妥協案ならば我が護衛につくという方法もあるぞ。鎧を覆い隠していけばバレぬはずだ。
I'd actually freak out if I found you following me like that. There you have it. They were willing to let me leave on my own in the end.
ひどい言われようだ。まあそれだけ君のことが心配なんだろうけどね。
But their care is more like treating me like some kind of kid. They were like overly cautious parents trying to warn their child of all the threats in the world before the first day of school.
子供じゃないからこそ心配されてるのかもしれないけどね。
You're an adult that can make autonomous decisions by yourself. Huh?
なんでもないよ。さて、そろそろ目的地も近いし、降り
Okay,
る準備をしてくれるかな。
where are you taking me, sir? Really? Come to think of it, I don't even know where we were headed yet.
あれごめん。てっきり伝えたものだとばかり。
It's a surprise! So, where are we going?
そうだな。逆に聞くけど、君はどこに
Don't
行
turn
く
this
と
back
思う
on me. You literally just said, "Oh, I'm sorry for not telling you," and I asked you, "Where are we going?" You're like, "Why don't you figure it out?" Thanks. Mr. Rindo lets out a childish smile as we make a turn. I bet he's purposely trying to hide where we're heading. I wonder where we're going. Where would Mr. Rindo take me on a date? Well, we've gone to restaurant a few times. That's not surprising. Casual drive, theme park. I feel like this is going to be like a branching decision here. Like this is life or death. How I decide to answer just our conversation. Theme park would be fun because it's something different. We haven't been to a theme park yet. But I feel like I don't know. I feel like the safe bet based off of just like what he's done in the past would be a restaurant. Are we going to a theme park? Where would he take me? I'm not sure since I haven't gone on many dates before.
そういう時は自分ならどうするかって考えてみると答えを見つけやすいかもね。
Well then, maybe a theme park? Like we would just spend our time there people watching and going on rides?
なるほど。そういうのが好きなのか。
Are we going to like a
Well,
restaurant?
okay.
Watch that.
役立てる
Watch
ね
us not go on a drive to a restaurant or to a theme park. Wait, you tricked me into telling you that.
でも残念ながら今日はそういう場所じゃなくてね。おっと、もう着くから自分の目で確かめてみてく
Are
れ
we
る
going to
か
go
な。
to like the beach or something? Where are we going? I actually wait for another 5 or so minutes before we finally arrive.
はい、到着。
Ride the elevator to the
車降
top.
りたらエレベーターで上がるからね。
Where did you take me? Huh? Where are we? We take the elevator to the top floor, then walk down a lavish-looking hallway that leads me to a door. Inside is a white-walled room. Is this his apartment? The sofa is minimalistic in its decor. A sofa, some plants to color the room, and not much else. Could this place be?
では改めて我が家へようこそ。
It's his apartment, or whatever his living space is. I forget what they're called. Not a condo? Maybe a condo? I don't know. It's penthouse. He probably makes good money with the GPM, to be honest. Huh? You live here? According to Mr. Rindo, he lives in this luxury apartment, which is located only 15 minutes from the GPM headquarters. I can see the business buildings around Shinjuku from here. I bet this place is really expensive.
住み心地が良くてね。と言っても普段は寝に帰るぐらいなんだけど。
The train station is nearby too. This is a really nice place. But why did you bring me here? I thought we were out on a date. Yeah, I'm gonna cook for you.
要するにおうちデートってやつ。
That's dangerous. A home date? This is something I never expected to experience in my life ever.
行楽地に行くのもいいけど、のんびりするのもいいかなって。
You know, I can get down with that. Well, I can't speak. I can get down with a home date though. I like that idea. It's nice to go out and do things, but at the same time, it's nice to just kind of be comfy at home, right? I see.
とりあえず座ってて、飲み物入れてくるよ。お任せでいいかな？
Can I have something, some sort of Coke? Right. I'm fine with whatever. Don't be indecisive, Kotone. Tell him what you want. I go ahead and take a seat on his sofa. There isn't much for me to do now. I simply sit and look around the room like a curious kitten. This place is so huge. That's about all I can think of. Come to think of it, besides Aileen Kanis, I think this is the first time I've stepped into a guy's room. On top of that, I'm here on a date with a bachelor. Dangerous. I told you it was dangerous. Now that I've had time to digest the situation... Wait a sec. This is really awkward.
あ、もしかして余計に緊張しちゃった？
A reply from the kitchen to respond... A reply comes from the kitchen to respond to my words that spilled out from me. I hurriedly nod in the empty room. Yes, I mean... I know this is your place, but I am intruding in your home.
そうか。言っても難しいかもしれないけど、自由にくつろいでくれて構わないからね。
Mikasa Sukasa. I know he means well, but it really isn't helping. I don't have anything to do, so I'm kind of bored, but I can't just wander around the place. Yeah, you could. He said make yourself a home. Go look out the window, go walk around, go test out the other sofas, like, have a good time. And so I decided to imagine how Mr. Rindo spends his time here. He's done with work and comes home. He takes his suit off. Oh my god. He washes his hands and grabs a small bite before sitting down on the sofa. Oh, that's right. I'm sitting on his sofa now. Oh, this is a lot more embarrassing than I thought. I then begin to notice something odd about this place, or rather his home. This room is too clean. It's like a showroom. He literally just said it himself. He literally just spends his time sleeping here. I'm not sure if I'm looking at this right, but I don't see anything here that represents Mr. Rindo as a person. I wonder what Mr. Rindo does in his spare time. I guess it's entirely possible that he's a minimalist and likes his place sparkling clean. Based on what I know, I think he enjoys driving, or maybe he likes watching movies. He probably reads a lot of books too. Honestly, it's so much easier to read Eel's room than this place. Miser also said that Mr. Rindo keeps secrets, so I doubt that others know about his place either. knows about his place here. Oh wait, Grandpa must have known his place. Mr. Rindo comes back from the kitchen as I continue eyeing his home curiously.
はい、どうぞ。今日はコーヒーじゃなくて紅茶にしてみました。
Tea instead of coffee, thank
君
you.
のお口に合えばいいんだけど。
Here, you know, hold that thought real quick. I'm gonna grab my medicine because I forgot to take it before I got on stream. I'll be right. I'm just gonna step outside. I'll be right back. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna take these real quick. Totally forgot about that. Not when my allergies acting up. Okay, so we should be Gucci now. Let me reset my model. Boom. No, it's not angry. Okay, thank you for the tea. Thank you. As I lift my cup to take a sip, I decide to ask him what's been on my mind. Mr. Rindo, your house is so clean. It's almost like you haven't used this place. He literally just said he only sleeps here. Otome, get with the program. Get with the program, girl. Mr. Rindo nods in response.
ああ、もともと物が少ないから。それに、今日は僕が出た後、掃除を頼んでおいたからね。
You requested cleaning? Is he talking about a housekeeper? Then suddenly... Huh? I hear a voice from another room. I freeze in place out of fear.
ああ、噂をすればなんとやらだ。紹介するから、ちょっと待ってて。
My mod... Reset my model again. That's kind of funny. That's how far I'm leaning over. I'm not leaning that far over, to be honest. Reset. There we go. Okay. It kind of made it funnier, though. Yeah. Who is that? My mind starts racing once I see Mr. Rindo go into the other room. Clean? Introduce? I'm sure I heard a voice. The voice was high-pitched, which means... I know I shouldn't let it get to me, but I look at the room, expecting a girl to appear. I'm interested in his lifestyle, but... unlike the others I live with, I don't know anything about his daily life. I simply thought he was a single man when I came here, but... I haven't really confirmed for a fact whether Mr. Rindo really is single or not. Could it be... I'm not sure if it's a right comparison, but Mikado did have a girlfriend. So maybe Mr. Rindo has one too? I recall he didn't really say much when I asked him whether he was popular with the girls back when we took that walk.
お待たせ。紹介するよ。
I said a bird. Yes! I jump at his appearance. I stand up from the sofa and quickly turn around to find... Oh, it's a little cootie! It has been a while. Hi! Uh-huh? You're that one from Amasaki Island. A familiar figure jumps onto me upon recognizing who I am. It's that non-human from the island. A cootie. Why is a cootie here? No, wait. I slowly turn my head toward Mr. Rindo standing next to me as I try to wrap my head around all this. Who is he? She? Kotone! Kotone, why? Is she your wife?
どういう思考でその結論に
I don't really have the best basis for this information since Mikado's around.
っていないであります。
You're his
ここに
housewife.
流りしていた数日は家事の面で大活躍でありましたから。
Thank you, Kitty.
あい、違うから。勝手に僕と結婚しないで。
Don't mean me as a married man. According to Mr. Rindo, the incident that occurred at Amasaki Island was so huge that he needed to explain to others what happened. So he had one of the Kuri come with him to help with the explanation. He was planning on having him stay with at the GPM, but he wasn't let in due to circumstances. So Mr. Rindo housed and cared for him until the GPM correspondence concluded. Unbelievable. I guess that makes sense.
そういうことであります。それで世話になった琴音殿にもぜひ
Kotome don't know.
とリンド
Oh,
に
I
相談
guess
したと
I'll
ころ
just say Lady
もらえることに
Lady
なったのであ
Kotome.
ります。
But if I remember correctly, he kind of referred to everybody as insert name Dono. So I guess it makes sense. It's not that strange. So the reason why we're having a date here is so that I can meet him in person? I looked toward Mr. Rindo only to find he's staring back at me.
僕としては純粋にデートをしたかった気持ちもあるんだけど、
Yeah.
いくら親しくても男の家に二人きりっていう
Yeah,
のは
like I
さすがに怖い
said,
と思ってさ。
dangerous. Dangerous. You're like, oh yeah, we've gone out to eat like 2 or 3 times now. We've gone on a few walks. We went on a drive. Time to bring you back to my apartment.
だからこの子がいてくれる今なら君の緊張も和らぐだろうし、彼もお礼が言えるし、一石二鳥かなって。
I see, but it wouldn't have hurt for you to just tell me that.
ん？そこはほら、僕の誘いに君がどんな反応をしてくれるか、やっぱ
Rindo.
り気になるからさ。
Rindo, stop teasing me. He smiles at me. I can speak. He smiles at me childishly as if he was enjoying this wild ride. I guess the way he can laugh off what's going on is what makes him who he is.
しかしこうして再会し、改めてお礼が言えて感激であります。
Yeah.
あの時助けてもらわねば、きっと我らは全滅していたであります。
It's good to see you again,
本
little
当
friend.
にありがとうございますであります。
He extends his shivering hand to me for a handshake. I extend my pointer finger in response. You're welcome. He grabs my finger and shakes his hand vigorously. How are the other Kuris doing?
はいであります。事件後はもうホールが開くこともなく、みんな
Yay!
集落に戻って暮らしているであります。
Everybody's gone home. Perfect.
天崎島は平和そのものでありますよ。
That's great to know. That's good to hear. I heard about how things were going for Mr. Rindo, but I was worried since my parents' home was around there too. So, I know it's odd to ask now, but can I get your name? Not knowing his name is a bit inconvenient, but he simply shakes his head in response.
特にないであります。
No name. Oh, okay. Uh-huh. Really?
彼らは特にこう区別しないらしくてね。でも名前がないのも不便だから GPM ではナンバリングさせてもらってるよ。
Is it something cute or is it like a number? Code name. It makes them sound like they're lab rats. Or they're secret agents! They got code names like a secret agent. So, what's his code name then?
10番だね。
Juban! Code 10. Well... Can I just call you 10 then?
ああ、
10?
なるほど。10だからてんちゃんね。
Yeah, Ten-chan. Oh, we just call him Ten-chan, not even Ju. 10. Hey! You better not think that it's cliche or something, Mr. Rindo. I recall his reaction back when Kororo was named.
そんなこと言わないよ。てんちゃん。いい名前じゃないか。
Ten-chan.
はい、自分は気に入ったであります。
You like your name. Yay. Yay. Really? Oh, well, good to know. It's a relief knowing he likes the name. I let out a sigh of relief, to which Mr. Rindo claps his hand together.
あ、お茶冷めちゃったかな。他にも話したい
No,
こと
I
もあ
can
るし。
drink this tea. It's
ひとまず
fine.
一息入れてからにしよう
Let's
か。
all just sit down and I can drink the tea. It's fine.
リンド
Hot
ホット
why?
ワインが飲みたいであります。
Bring out the hot sake.
グルメだな。了解。
Mr. Rindo reaches down to clear the table of the cold tea. Oh, do you mind if I help? He gladly accepts my offer. This is much better than me simply sitting here doing nothing. I step into the kitchen area, and it is something peculiar. Or something spectacular, not peculiar. Maybe it is peculiar because it's so fancy, but it's spectacular nonetheless, too. The kitchen is breathtaking, as expected from this place. But there's nothing here. The kitchen's very spacious, but that only made it easier to notice how barren it is. No spices, no dishes, no nothing. I don't see any pots, pans, knives, plates, anything. How do you cook with nothing here? I don't. I come to Cafe Enchante and order food out.
ん？食事は基本外で。
Like when I go to your cafe.
それこそ
Yeah.
君のお店とかさ。
But what if you want to eat at home? Like maybe breakfast?
そういう時は我慢して寝るし。
You need to
朝はい
eat
つも
breakfast,
面倒
Rindo.
だから食べてないね。
Breakfast is an important meal of the day to eat. It's when you're breaking your fast after sleeping. 3 meals a day and 2 snacks, Rindo. Eating is important for humans. Really? I always saw Mr. Rindo as a well-organized adult, but this is unexpected. Really?
忙しい時は一日何も食べなかったり。
This is
栄養
not
ドリンクとかで
surprising.
済ませちゃうかな。
This is not
今
surprising
日
at
も朝
all.
はゼリーだったし。ああ、でも料理ができないわけじゃないよ。昔結構料理に熱があった時期があってさ。普通よりはうまいって自覚はあるんだ。
Then we need to get stuff back in your kitchen again if you know how to cook. Huh. He knows how to cook, but he chooses not to. Definitely not something I do. Well, okay, when you're tired. When you're busy and tired, you don't really want to spend like 30 minutes making food, eating your food, and then spending another 30 minutes cleaning up your food. Eating outside's good, but I think food you prepare for yourself is more enjoyable since you know how you like it.
まあそれもわかるけどね。
Yeah.
僕は意外とズボラなん
He's
だよ。
exhausted too. Mr. Rindo brings out a can of fresh tea leaves. He suddenly stops moving.
そうだ。あと1時間もしないでお昼になるし、
What's not for another hour?
昼ご飯一緒に作ろ
Oh,
うか。
lunch. Okay, yeah. Yeah, let's make lunch. Let's make lunch. We're going shopping. And so, now I'm out with Mr. Rindo buying food and cooking utensils for our lunch. But
こちらのデザイン実はペアものでしてカップルさ
oh
んにと
my
っ
god.
てもおすすめですよお二人いかがですか
Couple.
へえ、そうなんですか。じゃあこの
Oh
ペ
my
アの
lord.
デザインのやつ、せっかくなんでお願いします。
ありがとうございます
Rindo! Mr. Rindo isn't denying we're couple. We're couples? We're a couple, I think it's meant to say. Well, correcting the salesperson of our relationship isn't going to change anything, but I can't believe the salesperson's word didn't faze him at all. Well, he's the one that literally just point blank asked me out on a date and flirts with me from like the very beginning, so pretty awkward if you ask me. I sneak a peek at his face, but he looks calm as usual. Maybe it's just me getting caught up with the small details. Or maybe it's because he's an adult. The very fact that I'm bothered by his reaction and how he can keep his cool is so frustrating.
何か言った？
Nah, no. No, nothing at all. I mean, the age gap between us is pretty huge, but we still look like a couple to others. I tilt my head as I keep thinking about it. I suddenly take notice of a mirror in the shop that reflects us standing together. The salesperson is wrapping the dishes, Mr. Rindo is talking to him casually, and I'm standing there looking at the mirror. I can tell through the reflection that we aren't the same age, but He doesn't look like my father or brother because he's dressed cool with his cool shades. Of course we don't look alike, but Mr. Rindo's youthful appearance is probably why we don't look related. Particularly, he's wearing his hair down and is dressed casually, which is making him look way younger than expected. I guess I can't blame the salesperson for mistaking us for a couple. I wonder what Mr. Rindo's thoughts are being mistaken as a couple. Folks like Miser and the other non-humans have lived for decades. They probably don't even count exactly how old they are already. But Mr. Rindo's human. Maybe he sees me as a kid or even his younger sister. This is so weird. I can't seem to explain this stuffy feeling I'm overcome with. This stuffy feeling like your heart's been grasped. Like you don't know how to feel, but you're excited to do it. I'm stuck wondering what this feeling is that's pulsing within me.
よし、次は食材だね。
Food time! Time to eat! Or time to buy food so we can eat. Right, because we're cooking. Oh, yes! Before I knew it, Mr. Rindo had finished paying for the dishes and beckons me to follow him outside. I look back at the mirror behind me. I see Mr. Rindo and myself. I feel a subtle yet sharp pain run through me. It's now close to lunchtime. We've finished buying all the groceries and supplies that we need to start cooking. We are now ready to cook. Time to get cooking. Mr. Rindo, that's quite something. I look at his cooking skills as I work on some of the ingredients. He's a lot more skilled than I thought he would be.
ああ、料理ができる男はモテるとか思ってた頃があってね。
It's a nice plus. I think it's a nice charm point.
僕としては青臭い過去の副産物なんだけど、君に褒めてもらえるならよかった。
We continue talking idly as the preparations continue.
琴音ちゃん、胡椒を取ってもらえる？
Gotcha. Here you go.
ありがとう。
Seeing his warm smile is making me smile too.
どうかした？
Nothing. I just thought you looked like you were having fun. He shrugs as if he doesn't notice it himself as he works on the recipe.
まあ、今日はさ、特別だよ。
Cooking
やっ
with
ぱり作る
people
相手が
is
いるいない
fun.
じゃ、やる気も変わってくるしね。
I've never been on a cooking date, but cooking with family is fun. So I can only imagine what like cooking with someone you like is. You know? I don't know, there's just something I can't explain why, but there's something that's just real cozy about it, you know? You're both working to make something delicious together, you know? Someone. Oh, you mean me?
もちろん。
It's great to hear that from him. That said, I doubt he means anything by it. But hearing him say special is making it hard for me to hold back my smile.
リンドホットワインのつまみも欲しいのであります。
Tenjon! Now is not the time.
はいはい。それじゃあ追加でカ
ル
ルパッチョ
Carpaccio?
でも作ろうか。
He opens the olive oil we just bought, and before I knew it, the carpaccio's done. I'm starting to think that Mr. Rindo's a better cook than I am. I'm anxious knowing he's a better cook than me, not just as a person, but as the cook of Enchante. Then again, seeing Mr. Rindo having fun cooking is bringing a smile to my face. Time to eat lunch! Soon after, we finish our lunch, and now we're sipping on our drinks as we begin talking amongst ourselves. Before we knew it, it's getting dark outside.
いいな。なんだか久しぶりにのんび
Enjoying
り
a
した休
nice
日
day
って
off
感じだよ。
with delicious homemade food. Same here.
そんなの気にしないで。だってほら、そこにくつろぐどころじゃないのが約1名。
He probably took one too many cups of hot wine. Tenchan over here drunk.
この一日でありました。
Maybe it's just me, but Tenchan looks kind of drunk.
酔ってないであります。
Oh, yeah, definitely not drunk. Oh boy. Yep, he's drunk, alright.
まあ、
He
昼ご飯
has
の
been
時からず
slamming
っと
since
ワイン飲み
lunchtime. He
続
was
けて
so
るもん
eager to
ね。
get on it.
でもちょっと役に
Go take a little nap. Nap time! I hear snoring coming from Tenchan the moment he hits the sofa. That was quick.
まったく。
Clay
酒癖
doll
の
get
悪い
drunk.
時なんて悪い冗談だな。
Hey, life's all about
ちょ
new
っと寝室に運んでくるよ。
experiences. Well, let me clean the table up then.
ああ、うん、ありがとう。
Got you. We have a lot of things in the kitchen now. Aside from the dishes I'm washing, the place is filled with various spices and ingredients, plates, and utensils. That was fun. I whispered to myself. We went shopping together and cooked ourselves a nice lunch. It didn't matter that the date was centered around Ted and I meeting. Yep, it was fun alright. I recall the lunch we had today as I continue washing the dishes. Mr. Rindo scooped the rice into Ten's bowl. Mr. Rindo cleaned up the water Ten spilled too. It's almost like a father who was taking care of his son's messes. I wouldn't be surprised seeing a kid riding on Mr. Rindo's shoulders. I can't help but smile at the thought of that. I pause for a bit as I think about something I forgot from earlier because of Ten's appearance. I wonder if Mr. Rindo has a girlfriend. Based on what I know so far, I doubt he's married, but I'm not sure about the girlfriend part. Not that I could ask him straight to his face. I wonder if Mr. Rindo's going out with someone.
あれ、言ってなかったっけ？
This is what you get for talking aloud, Kotone. I jump back awkwardly as he completely catches me off guard.
そんなに驚かなくても。皿洗い終わっちゃった？
Yeah, I'm done with dishes. Yes, not that there was many to wash. After giving my thanks for today, I sit on the sofa at the same time Mr. Rindo takes a seat. So is Ten asleep now? I try to avert attention away from what I mumbled by trying to change the subject.
熟睡だね。飲んでたのもあるけど、君が来てくれてはしゃいでたからね。
Glad I could help.
それで、今僕に付き合っている人がいないかだっけ？
You dumbass, Kotone. Mr. Rindo isn't just going to let the subject slide, is he? We don't need to talk about it.
ごめんごめん。でも一応言っておくと、今は特にいないよ。雫のこともあるしね。なんとなく。
I'm not looking for love at this point in time, even though I asked you on a date. Oh. My heart jumps hearing Shizuku's name. The last time he brought up her name was when we were talking about her a few days back. His younger sister turned into a non-human, and he was this close to putting her down. I can only imagine how emotionally scarred he is from such a traumatic experience. It probably changed his entire life. Oh. Is that why this place is so empty? Maybe he lost all interest in material things because he's constantly thinking about her. No, my speculation is probably way off base. In any case, I'm sure he feels stuck in time and hasn't been able to move on. And that applies to Mikoto too.
でも、そうだな。彼
Rindo.
女、琴音ちゃんがそうだったらきっと嬉しいよね。
Mr. Rindo stares at me and laughs. I think he's trying to lift our spirits. It's as if he's trying to hide his feelings.
どうかな。おじさんと付き合うとか、なんて。
Well, I chose your route after all, Rindo. I can't do anything for him. I had no involvement in what happened. But why? Why am I so irritated and angry? That would explain why I'm going to say, if I said yes in reply to what you asked, then what? I looked straight into his eyes. He probably didn't expect me to say that. Unlike the usual Mr. Rindo, he's just sitting there, frozen with his mouth open. Caught him off guard for once. Wait, why do I have a cold sweat? What in the world did I say? I knew it was by impulse, but this is so embarrassing. I want to scream and take back what I said, but that will only make my blushing worse. I decide to scream inside my head while holding a calm and serene front as I keep looking at him. Mr. Rindo breaks the silence.
あ、それは、
This is what you get for asking questions like that, Rindo.
嬉しい。あ、
That was unexpected. If I was my usual self, I'd most likely say that Miser would be angry hearing what we said, but... Now it's your turn to change the topic. Yes or no, Mr. Rindo? You're absolutely right. I nodded and let out a sigh of relief after hearing Mr. Rindo change the subject forcefully. You just kept buying things without a single thought. It was very surprising.
そうかな。
Yes, I do. The clay pot you bought was pretty pricey.
普段買い物もしないからね。途中で楽しくなっちゃったのはあるかもしれない。
Yeah. Then again, thank you for buying all of them. They all came in handy when making those great meals today.
こちらこそお粗末様でした。
Mr. Rindo smiles and nods, hearing my reply.
けど、せっかく買ったのに使わないのももったいないし、たまには料理でもしようかな。
They're not just going to be pretty wall ornaments or paperweights. Let us put it to use. I was going to say put it to use yourself. But yes, invite me over again so we can cook again. You should. Your cooking was absolutely wonderful, Mr. Rindo. In particular, I wouldn't mind having the aquapazza? Aquapazza you made again. I believe that's how it's pronounced. I bring out the dish that stood out from the meals he made, to which his eyes widen. I start to blush, understanding what I seem to have implied with my response. Again. Mr. Rindo simply responds like he usually does. He lets out a broad and bright smile.
そうか。そんなに気に入ってくれるなら、たまに料理するのも悪くないね。
I told you it was a charm point. It's nice.
君の喜ぶ顔を見てると僕も嬉しいし。それじゃあ、君がまた来てくれた時のために、いろいろと買い足しておくよ。
You just happened to stop by again. Time continues to pass, and before I knew it, the evening sky had gone completely dark. All I'm doing now is looking up into the night sky, marveling at its brilliance amid the room's darkness. As for Mr. Rindo, he went into another room, simply stating that he'd be right back with something. I figured I should sit tight to find out what this something is.
夜景、綺麗なもんだよね。こればっかりは高い家賃に見合って。
I feel like I would enjoy views like that, but at the same time, being so high up would be kind of scary. Mr. Rindo. I look at him to see him holding in his hand a letter. It's from Grandpa? I could tell immediately by the handwriting used for to Rindo.
そう。スワンさんが亡くなる時に僕に当てて残してくれたって。
Gosh darn it! Am I competing with my grandpa again? Am I competing with my grandpa again, Rindo? He urges me to read it, ending our date by reading my grandpa's letter to you? I slowly unfold the letter. To Rindo. What was written after that was the grandpa I've known my whole life. He tells Mr. Rindo to eat healthy when he's not eating at Enchante. He says to find a hobby. He ends by telling Mr. Rindo to live a more fulfilling life. After he finished telling Mr. Rindo his concerns, Grandpa writes about me in the following section. He asked Mr. Rindo to take care of me in case he passes away, and I take ownership of the cafe. He also mentions that Mr. Rindo can take care of the gate if it's too much for me. The letter gave me insight into the relationship Grandpa and Mr. Rindo had. That's so Grandpa. He's pretty consistent in how he talks to everyone. He didn't bother you too much, did he? Memories of Grandpa flood my mind. It makes me both happy and sad. Mr. Rindo gently pats me on the head as I wipe the tears rolling down my cheeks.
迷惑だと思ったことはないよ。いつもよくしてくれて。なんていうか、第二の父親みたいな。ソアンさんからさ、君の話はよく聞いてたから。どんな子だろうって、実を言うと少し楽しみだったんだ。
Really? He nods in response.
ソアンさんは、君が店を継いでくれたら嬉しいとは言っていたけど、君にごく普通の女の子として人外に関わらず生きてほしいって気持ちもあったんだと思う。ソアンさんはよく知っていたから、人外の良さも悪さも怖さも。だからもし君が普通の人としての幸せをつかみたいと願うなら、手助けしてほしいって言っていた。だからあえて常連の人外たちじゃなくて、人間の僕に手紙をくれたんじゃないかな。
His words jog my memory back to when I first met Mr. Rindo. I'm gonna think of it. I recall you saying that before. Something about putting more thought into my relationship with the Enchante patrons.
そう。ソアンさんのことづてもあったしね。僕自身も止めるべきかどうか、あの時からずっと迷ってたんだ。
What about now?
今更かな。今の君は幸せそうだし、アンシャンテの常連もいい奴らだって分かってる。だけど彼らは人外だ。生まれた場所が違う。住む場所が違う。寿命も違うし、生きる速度そのものが違う。その差は決して埋められない。ソアンさんがみんなと共に最後までいられなかったように。
Yeah.
だから僕もソアンさんと同じで、これからでも君が普通の幸せを望むなら全力で手伝いたいと思ってる。今が幸せだとなかなか想像できないだろうけどね。
Yeah, enjoy it for what it is right now. Again, like I said earlier, was it whenever Mikado was being questioned by his assistant, being like, "Are you happy? Are you satisfied?" You can be happy in the moment, even though this is not like where you want to be. You just like don't take things for granted, you know? Just be the silver linings, you know? See what's good in the moment and what you can appreciate in the moment, even if it's not great. It's not good to be negative all the time. It's not. You find happy things in the moment, and this is a happy thing in the moment for me, regardless if this is something I want to do or not. You know, I want to do it right now, so I'm gonna have a good time with it. And I'm having a good life, Rindo. Thank you. A normal, happy life. I recall when I went shopping with Mikado, Il, and the other patrons. I was wondering what it's like to be normal. But I still don't know what that means. But I still don't know what being normal really means to me. What is normal to me now? It's to live every day as the owner of Cafe Enchante. Mr. Rindo, do you mind if I ask what a normal, happy life is to you?
僕の幸せ。
Well, yeah, you're saying that. I want a happy, normal life. I want to know what you think a normal, happy life is. Mr. Rindo's eyes blink in a flurry as if he didn't expect for me to ask him that. Yes. Mr. Rindo, your normal life's filled with non-humans, right? Your work's about them too. I thought our lives aren't that different. Mr. Rindo folds his arms together and grimaces.
確かに。こら一本取られたかな、
I nod in response.
琴音ちゃん。
Oh my god.
僕が言う普通の幸せは、人間の女の子としての幸せだよ。
He pulls me in closer to him and continues very gently. I could tell immediately he drew me in to get a point, though.
君の時間は有限なんだ。人外とは違う。アンシャンテの常連たちと過ごしていると、なかなか気づけないかもしれないけど、このまま彼らと一緒にいて、彼らの時間の枠組みで生きていたら、きっとどこかで歪みが生まれる。ずっと一緒にはいられない。人間とは違う存在。それを突きつけられる日が必ず来る。だから君には人間と歩む時間を
I knew it was a
普
build
通
up.
の幸せがそこにあることを
I knew it was a build up.
忘
I
れ
was just like, whoa! We come in and all of a sudden. His words are kind and gentle, but I can tell what drove him to say that to me is a strong regret within him. He may see my life similar to what happened between Mr. Mikado and Shizuku. He doesn't want me in a relationship like that. Mr. Rindo looks at me with stern eyes. I look back without shifting my eyes. Well, please don't forget what it means to have a normal, happy life too, Mr. Rindo. And that goes to your home life, your environment, and your love life. You seem to have a tendency of putting others before you. And I know very well why he does that. It's because of Shizuku. His beloved sibling turned into a non-human. He was about to kill her. But he couldn't pull the trigger. All he could do was suffer and carry on living his life. Maybe he's trying to avoid happiness. Mr. Rindo frowns in pain hearing my words. He tries to respond as best he can.
それなら僕たち二人でそれを探してみるのもいいかもしれないね。
Oh yeah. Oh my god. I can hear his breath. I can even feel his breath on my lips. Ah! God damn! Fucking phone! Gotta ruin it. It's too early in the route. I was about to say, whoa, things are going really fast. Things are moving quite rapidly. Gosh damn it! A sudden ringing of a phone breaks us apart in a flash. Then...
こ
Uh-huh.
のタイミングとはとんでもないね。
Mr. Rindo lets out a chuckle as he taps his smartphone's display.
もしもし、リンドウですけど。
こちら魔界警察です。
Miser! Miser, you cockblock! What the hell, man?
そろそろリンドウが痛いけな女の子によからぬことをしようとしている。
Did you feel like some sort of audio device on me and you're listening in on us? Miser. Miser. That's Miser's voice. Wait a second. Are they watching what was happening here just somehow? The timing of that call couldn't have been more perfect. Did they see me and Mr. Rindo? I'm gonna get hell. I'm gonna go home. About to kiss. Then suddenly, I notice my heart racing like crazy. My heart's pounding so strong that I seriously think my heart is going to pump itself out of my mouth. What am I? I place my hands on my cheeks as I take a few deep breaths and try to calm myself down. Mind you, that was just him lecturing me. There's nothing between us. It's not like we had an intimate moment just now, Trying to convince yourself in denial, Kotone-chan. I force myself to try and forget about my heartbeat and look at Mr. Rindo, only to find him talking on the phone.
何を言うかと思えば、 僕がそんなことするように見える？
いや、めちゃくちゃ見えるわ。鏡でてめえの
Check
顔見て
yourself before you hurt yourself.
リンドウの立ち振る舞いは乙女ゲームでいうところの微妙な敵役ですから。
Oh my gosh.
敵とはひどい言い草だ。
If I'm an
ていうか
enemy, make me a big
微妙
one.
なの？それなら明確な敵の方がまだいいかな。
敵ならば叩き切っているがな。ということでリンド、疑いを晴ら
If
して
you want to be clear, let us talk with Otome.
ああ、はいはい。もう返しますから、自分たちの目で無事を確認してください。
The clamoring coming from the other side of the phone is being ignored. Mr. Rindo hangs up!
これでよしと。まったく。
I know, Mataku! Mr. Rindo has his usual expression on again as he lets out a sigh. He's back to his usual adult form again.
さて、みんな心配してるみたいだからさ、そろそろ送っていくよ。
If I leave now, is Mr. Rindo going to live his life as usual again? With his adult front? Does that mean he's not going to think about his own happiness? Various thoughts come to mind, but I don't know what to say, and the guys from Enchante are waiting for me. And so, I nod in confirmation to his words. It didn't take me long. Oh, this is Rindo talking. It didn't take me long to drive her back to Cafe Enchante. I let out a sigh seeing my room as empty as it is. With her gone, this empty room feels even emptier now.
普通の幸せか。
Today's date meant a lot to me. Of course, I wanted to ask her out so that I could have her meet the Kuri, but I also wanted her to be close to a human. This was all to help her recognize how fun it is to be with other humans. My initial motive was to escort her and give her a fair warning. Yes. I wasn't with her just as another smiling patron at her cafe. I was Kaoru Rindo at the GPM today.
それだっていうのに。
I found out that I wasn't associating myself with other humans any more than she was. I tried to convince her, but instead she convinced me. She made me realize I was trying to avoid my own happiness. It's true that I began putting everything else before myself ever since I lost Shizuku. Regardless of the reason. And regardless of the result. That incident blemished my soul, and it festered before I could even recognize it. That's when I began to turn my eyes away from happiness. Which would explain why I lost interest in everything. Even so, how odd. Today's date was... Mhm.
楽しかった。
She's much younger than me. She blinded me with her light. I wanted to keep my eyes on her.
参ったな。
I raked my hair up with my fingers as I looked at the sofa she was sitting on. I let out a huge sigh. Phew. I headed to my room and crashed on my bed the moment Mr. Rindo dropped me off at Enchante. Well, to be specific, Miser and the gang were interrogating me before that. It was quite an ordeal, but I somehow made it through. I guess I should be lucky I have people worried about me like that. I let out a chuckle as I recalled the questioning. I guess the fact that the Kuri 10 was with me was enough for them to trust what happened. At the very least, I assured them Mr. Rindo won't get jumped by these guys. I'm assured that Mr. Rindo won't get jumped by these guys. Then again, I made sure I didn't disclose certain parts that happened. Gonna be thinking about this all night. Ugh, that was so embarrassing. I can feel my heart racing again just thinking about how close we were. I shake my head to get the thought out. Then I then grab my pillow with my arms and roll onto my back so that I'm looking at the ceiling.
アンシャンテの常連もいい奴らだって分かってる。だけど彼らは人外だ。生まれた場所が違う。住む場所が違う。
Yeah.
寿命その
Oh, I'm sorry I cut you off. I'm so sorry.
ソアンさんがみんなと共に最後までいられなかったように。だから僕もソアンさんと同じで、これからでも君が普通の幸せを望むなら全力で手伝いたいと思ってる。今が幸せだとなかなか想像できないだろうけどね。
A normal, happy life. I guess he's right that I've gotten used to how things are ever since I took over Enchante. I went to Medio. I went to Bestia. Things happened back at Amasaki Island near my home. It's been a wild ride. We went to an Otome event? My god. Now that I think about it, I sure have gone through a lot. Happiness. Well, I used to dream about becoming an idol, or a florist, or a patissiere when I was young. You know, what a girl usually dreams about. But as I grew older, my dreams slowly faded, and by the time I was at my old job, I wasn't really thinking of anything. I mean, I didn't ever dream of taking over Enchante until my grandpa passed away. I wonder what it means to be happy. Having a romantic relationship isn't the only thing that leads to happiness. But will I follow that path one day too? Meeting someone and falling in love? Wearing a wedding dress and standing at the altar surrounded by flowers? I know it's weird, but I can't imagine that ever happening to me. Well, it's not like I have someone special. It's Mr. Rindo. A message came in. I stood up to check who it came from. Mr. Rindo. I hurriedly opened the message. The message said that Ten was sad when he discovered that I wasn't there anymore. It also said that he wanted to give me a gift before I left Mr. Rindo's place. With Ten completely drunk from all that wine, he's sort of regretting that he couldn't see me before I left. Oh well. I chuckled to myself, but as I read the last few sentences... Huh? I nearly dropped my smartphone as I started to read it. It said that Mr. Rindo was considering bringing Ten to Enchante. But since Ten's under GPM's surveillance, he can't let him leave his home without proper approvals. So... he asked me to come by again to his home, and next time... he'll have something prepared and ready. Prepared and ready? Forms? Dinner? I can go to Mr. Rindo's place again? To be honest, I'm pretty darn happy, man. What a southern phrase. I'm sure like other people say this too, but that this particular phrase in general sounds so southern. To be honest, I'm pretty darn happy. I mean, I was having a lot of fun back there. Let me just reset my model. There we go. I can help with the cooking again. Or maybe we could watch a movie? Or even watch the latest drama series on TV. Huh? Wait a second. I noticed that I'm getting all excited thinking about going back there. Does that mean I'm actually wanting to see Mr. Rindo again? Maybe this is what it means to have a normal, happy life? And maybe I'm in love? Oh, come on now. Finding happiness isn't this simple. That's right. Mr. Rindo's way older than me. There's no way I can manage a relationship with an older man. Wait a second! Why am I thinking of him as my partner? Then again, Meiser and the others have been living much longer than me. So in comparison, the age difference between me and Mr. Rindo is like nothing, and... Huh? Why am I trying to rationalize this? It wasn't even a good reason. I keep rolling around the bed, never quite finding comfort. After a while, I finally regain my cool as I go back and read the message from Mr. Rindo. I'd love to see you again at my place, if that's alright with you. I can't hold myself back. I somehow force myself from smiling and I reply back to him. Yes, I'd love to come back. So cute. So cute. A few days pass. Meiser and the others are looking at me and kept asking if I was okay. It looks like I was acting weird. Well, today's the day I'm going to get to go to Mr. Rindo's house again. I felt bad having him come down to pick me up, so instead I'm taking the train and walking to his place.
Yeah, いらっしゃい.
Hello. I let out a sigh of relief as I enter Mr. Rindo's home. I have to admit, despite coming here once already, the luxurious exterior of this place is making me nervous. I couldn't even use the elevator here without getting in contact through the intercom. The lobby area even has a concierge who greets guests once inside. This place is luxury through and through. I'm just awed by the service and luxury. Something I don't have in my life. You are the service. Oh my gosh, Kuri. Or not Kuri, you're not Kuri. You're 10. You are a Kuri. You're 10-chan. Oh, 10-chan! I'm sorry about last time. I bend myself down to look face to face with 10-chan as he jumps happily. You were celebrating.
タイミングバッチリだね。それじゃあ料理並べていくから、二人とも先に座ってくれるかな。
Oh, let me help.
いやいや、すぐだから大丈夫。
Mr. Rindo waves me to sit down as he goes into the kitchen. Well, I guess Mr. Rindo's back to his old self again. But after what happened the last time... Well, you know, stuff kind of happened back then. I was a bit nervous as to how I should approach seeing him again, but... I guess he really is an adult, considering how he's already moved on from it. Mr. Rindo came back with a gorgeous meal in his hands for us to enjoy. I can assure you, 10-chan and I are enjoying Mr. Rindo's home cooking. That was really good. Thank you very much.
至福の時間でありました。リンド、ごちそうさまであります。
よかった。大好評だったね。
Mr. Rindo lets out a huge grin as he clears the plates and sets up for tea time.
リンドのご飯は毎日食べても全く飽きないでありますな。
Very delicious. Hearing 10-chan's words of praise, I glanced towards Mr. Rindo.
ああ、なんだかやり始めたら楽しくなっちゃってさ。あの次の日からまた自炊をするようにしてるんだ。
Yay, you've been using your kitchen! And the tools! He hasn't been eating well for all these years. Knowing that Mr. Rindo was cooking for himself again made me feel warm inside.
しかし、そのご飯も明日からもう食べられないかと思うと
I cook
寂しいであり
too.
ます。
I'll make you meals, 10-chan. Huh? Why is that?
実は事情聴取が終わってね。
Oh, yeah.
急遽、てんちゃんが
I
天
thought-
崎島に帰ることが決まったんだ。
I thought he was going to come live in Enchante. Really?
そうなのであります。それに、決ま
Only a
った
short
のは
while
つい
ago.
先ほどでありまして。
君が来る直前にどこか
Ah,
ら電話がかかってきてね。
I see. Oh, that's quite sudden.
GPM はこういうところ結構融通きかないっていうか、
Hmm.
お役所仕事なんだよね。
Tenchan nods repeatedly as I sit there in disbelief.
だから今日もう一度会えてよかったのであります。
It is good to see you one more time. And with that, Tenchan runs off to the corner of the room and comes back with something in hand. Tenchan places in my hand a very small clay doll that looks just like him. I guess you could say it's like a mini Kuri.
ミニクールイ族像であります。
Why is he cringing? Mini Kuri idol?
天崎島の粘土を使って作った商売繁盛のお守りであります。ぜひ飾ってほしいであります。
I guess I'm right when I thought it looked like a small Ten-chan. It looked cute on the counter back at Enchante. Thank you. I'll put it to good use. Ah, speaking of idols. That taco idol. That weird alien wooden figure that Mikoto gave me crosses my mind. I wonder how he's doing. I really don't care. This is Rindo's route. I haven't seen him for a while now. I guess it's not unusual considering he isn't like a regular that comes to visit Enchante. Oh, he got that promotion though. Is that gonna be like our... What's the word? There's always gotta be some sort of point of strife. Is this gonna be part of the point of strife for Rindo's route? Oh, I was wondering how Mikado was doing.
Mikado?
You haven't seen him recently either?
実は最近事例が出てね。帝、昇進になったんだよ。
Really? That's amazing.
だよね。まああれでいて帝は GPM に長年貢献してるからね。それで引き継ぎとか結構バタバタしててさ。しばらくそういえば昨日あたりに新しい部署に行ったんじゃなかったかな。
Oh, this is going to be our point of strife, isn't it? I'm not sure if this has to do with his new assignment, but I hope his research offers better results. In particular, in relation to Ku. I guess Mr. Rindo and I are thinking about the same thing as I notice his sullen expression.
そうだね。あいつ、あれでも天才だし、想像もつかない研究ができるかもね。僕もいい年だからもう、あまり希望とか期待とか持たないようにしてるんだけどね。
But what if there is a way to turn a former human back into their human form again? Well, when that happens...
おっと、テンちゃんの迎えが来たかな。
Rindo stands up to go and answer the intercom. A uniformed man appears on the display. Mr. Rindo goes to the door to greet the GPM. Well, I guess it's time. Tenchan's tension suddenly drops to an all-time low. I lift him up in my hands and look into his eyes. I'm sure I'll meet you again back at Amasaki Island. My parents' home is nearby, you know. Yeah, we'll come visit. Filled with emotions, Tenchan reaches out and embraces my cheek. The door flies open.
失礼いたします。空冷族10番の回収に参りました。
Code 10. His abrupt and cold tone make me look toward Mr. Rindo. Mr. Rindo's back in the room with a frown on his face and then walks slowly towards 10.
お別れは済んだかい?
Yeah. Yes.
大丈夫であります。
Bye, Tenchan. Mr. Rindo takes 10 from my hands and slowly rubs his head with his fingers. He then hands him over to the GPM.
輸送中はくれぐれも気をつけるように。彼らは繊細だからね。揺らしたり怖がるような真似はしちゃダメだよ。
は、お任せください。
Despite saying that he understands, he quickly picks 10 up and places him in a small case. Uh-huh. You're gonna take him in like that? Hearing my words, Mr. Rindo's subordinate tilts his head and looks at me bewildered.
課長、彼女は...
ああ、彼女はあのアンシャンテのマスターさ。
Nice to meet you. I nod lightly, to which his bewildered look vanishes.
ああ、
彼女はこの子と仲が良くてね。今日はお別れに来ていたんだ。
え、この人外とですか?
His expression changes to that of disbelief, which brings a sharp pain to my heart. Yes, so please take good care of him.
心配無用であります。今日はとても楽しかったでありますよ。
Bye bye, Tenchan. Ten responds to me with a bright tone in his words. But seeing him in that case makes it seem like he's merely some kind of specimen. Oh, can you put this in there? I take a handkerchief out from my purse. I figured I'd at least help to make things comfortable and cushion him from bouncing around in there. I think it's pretty rough and cold inside there. Mr. Rindo lets out a smile and nods in reply.
ああ、 いいんじゃないかな。ということで、これは彼への選別だ。入れさせてもらうよ。
はあ。
This GPM guy just like, okay. The subordinate frowns as he's not sure why that's needed, but he goes ahead and places it inside. Ten happily lays the handkerchief down and lays on top of it.
これは快適でありますな。最後まで感謝ばかりであります。
Anytime. Happily. Well, take care, Ten-chan. The subordinate closes the lid upon seeing Ten wave farewell. He then places the case inside a large duffel bag before bidding farewell to Mr. Rindo.
では、自分はこのまま天崎島へ直行いたします。休暇中、失礼いたしました。
ありがとう。気をつけて。
And with that, the man quickly leaves. A few seconds pass.
驚いたかな。
A little. No. I'm shaking my head, but I'm lying. I've never had a good impression of the GPM ever since I took over the cafe, but that was so by the books, and there was hardly any emotion there. I can see why Mr. Rindo is sort of an irregular existence in the GPM now.
うちの職員はどうにも極端なのが多くてね。
Well, me and my guys at the cafe are kind of eccentric in our own way too.
人外に対して好奇心旺盛なタイプ。人外を毛嫌いするタイプ。ま、
Oh, I cut him off again. I'm sorry.
人外の起こした事故に巻き込まれて弟さんを失っているんだ。だから人外に対してよく思っていなくてね。
He lost his younger brother?
ただ珍しくはない。この前も話したけれど、人外絡みの悲劇はよくある。そういったことをきっかけに GPM に入る人も多いからさ。
True. Is that the same for you, Mr. Rindo? Did something ever happen to?
僕
His response cutting my phrase makes me realize what I've just done. He already experienced tragedy with Shizuku, and how I'm delving deeper into his past over the other problems he's encountered with non-humans. I choke, knowing what I've done, and try to think of what to say.
いや、僕はどっちかというと好奇心だね。幸いにしてそういう悲劇は縁がなかった。むしろ人外に興味があったからこそ憧れて GPM に入ったんだ。
They're just so cool and unknown. Huh? Really?
ああ、そうか。
Well, I was.
君からしたら
It's not like I want you to have a more tragic backstory. I'm curious too.
普段あれだけ人間と人外の違いや危険性をくどくど解いてたもんね。
He chuckles for a moment, and then his eyes dulled.
帝ほどじゃないけどさ、人外のことは好きだったんだ。
I cut him off again. I'm sorry. I should have waited for you to say Shizuku. I knew that word was coming up. It's not like I can do anything. I can't help Shizuku. And I can't save Mr. Mikado. But... Mr. Rindo, do you mind if I ask more about Shizuku? There's no way I could leave him alone, especially after seeing the expression on his face. Even if it's just me being selfish. He is still a regular and a precious customer to Enchante. That's your reasoning, girl? Huh? I'm the owner of Enchante, so I have the full right to be worried about his well-being.
雫のこと？この間話したことくらいしか。
Well, what was she like as a person? You told me about the incident. You didn't tell me much about her, though. Well, not about what happened, but more like who she was. Like how she was as a child. I mean, of course, if you want to share, Mr. Rindo. Please don't force yourself. I was just interested to know a bit more about her.
いや、嬉しいよ。そう言ってもらえて。じゃあ、少し話そうかな。君に聞いてもらえると楽になる気がするし。今。
I keep cutting him off. I'm sorry, Rindo. I'm sorry. Oh, really?
対外的に雫は
True.
死んでいることになってるしね。
Yeah. You can talk to me about it though. That makes sense. There's no way he could say that she's still alive as a non-human to anyone who doesn't know about non-humans. Is so the most that the public knows would be that she's either gone missing or. But don't the people within the GPM know?
組織にとって雫の事故は不手際だからね。
Yeah.
臭いものには蓋をしたがるのが大人なのさ。
But
だから当事者以外には極秘事項扱いで口外も難しい。つまりほとんどの職員は知らないんだ。帝の持っているぬいぐるみが人外だなんてことすらね。そんなわけでさ、雫について何もごまかさずに話せるのは
well,
君ぐらい
I'm happy to talk about her with you.
だから嬉しいんだ。
He lets out a gentle smile. Mr. Rindo begins to speak. Mr. Rindo calmly speaks about Shizuku over a cup of tea. He talks about Shizuku's birth and all the things she went through. He mentions that he had a sense of obligation to protect her since they were 15 years apart. He also said that he made a vow to become Shizuku's acting guardian after their parents passed away. Overall, he seemed a bit shy talking about all this. He mentions how she's usually calm and a hard worker, but also easy to scare and likes to fawn over others. He states how she loves sweets too. Mr. Rindo's eyes were as gentle as ever while talking about Shizuku. But he also looked depressed. The night arrived before I knew it.
だいぶ遅くなっちゃったね。
He chuckles as he looks at the clock.
近くまで送るよ。店の前じゃなきゃ、まあ、
I won't let them.
多分燃えかすにはされないだろうし。
I couldn't immediately accept his kind offer to take me back to the cafe. The smile on Mr. Rindo's face looked forced, probably because of all the Shizuku talk. Not that me being here will help him any, but maybe staying here with him a bit longer will make him feel better. Oh, if only Mr. Rindo just asked more from me. Then again, I bet he'd simply smile like he usually does and just say he's alright. Is it okay if I stay here longer?
Huh?
Hearing my words, Mr. Rindo's eyes widen.
それはまあ構わないけど。
I don't want to go home yet. I'm not sure how to say this, but I don't want you to be alone. Mr. Rindos fixes his eyes on me. Soon he begins to frown and covers his eyes with his hand. He sighs as if he's exhaling his emotions.
あのね、琴音ちゃん。
Don't
あ
try
まり
to
おじさんを甘やかしちゃダメだ
let
よ。
me pamper you. Oh, why not? It's okay. I mean, you want to be pampered sometimes, right? I probably sound like a kid to him. My suggestion is pretty self-centered, so I assumed he'll come with his adult logic and shut me down, but instead, Mr. Rindo's face is shadowed with sorrow.
辛くなるからだよ。君の言葉が心から本当にそう思ってくれるのがわかるから思わず揺らぎそうになる。
Well,
忘れてなくしていたはずの
you can find happiness again. Just because you gave it up doesn't mean you can't get it back. He gently rubs my cheek. My heart begins to race as I feel his hand touch me, and then... Miser! You want me to get to know him, and you cock-block me at every opportunity, isn't it? You... I think it's for you.
やれやれ。また怖いお父さんたちかな。まったく。彼ら相手だとプライバシーも何もあったものじゃないね。
Well, they're probably not peeping on us like the last time. Hopefully. Then again, they could be eavesdropping instead. I'm sure things are fine. I mean, Miser isn't the type to do things others don't like. Oh, it's Mikado.
帝からだ。
Mikado?
もしもし、ミカド？
Mr. Rindo answers his phone. But
ミカド、どうした？
リンド、ごめん。
go mad. The phone abruptly ends. What is it?
いや、それがよくわからなくて。ただ、ごめんって。
We both look at each other as we're both confused, already forgetting the mood we were just making.
なんだろう。もしかして僕の備品でも壊したのかな？
Obviously not, Rindo. Mr. Rindo jokingly speaks, but I could tell he's a bit worried. Let's go find out what's happening. I glance at her sitting in the passenger seat. I ended up taking her back to Enchante after that weird call from Mikado. She was very compliant when I asked her to leave since I had things to do tomorrow. To be honest, I'm a bit relieved she obliged, but also a bit disappointed she did too. I'm not sure what struck me back then when she said she had... I'm not sure what struck me back then when she said what she said earlier. If Mikado didn't call me back then, what would I have done? I need to stay calm and stay focused on the present. But...
僕がもう少しだけ。
I coughed to try and stop myself from completing the sentence. I wonder what my dear passenger is thinking as all of this is happening. And now we get to know what she's thinking as all of this is happening.
琴音ちゃん？
Yes. My voice comes out awkwardly as he catches me in the middle of a daydream.
あ、ひょっとしてうとうとしてた？
Sure. Oh no, I was just thinking. So, what is it?
いや、ダッシュボードに飴があるから、よかったらどうぞって。
Don't treat me like a kid! Oh, I see. Thank you very much. I don't have any reason to refuse his offer, so I reach out too. Mr. Rindo's smartphone is ringing again. The name that appeared on the screen is... It doesn't look like it's from Mikado.
僕の部下だね。一応僕は有給のはずなんだけど、まあ何かしらあったのかな。
This reminds me how I never really have a day off with everyone always bothering me. Mr. Rindo chuckles. He must be remembering back when I first came to Enchante.
とりあえず出ないとね。スピーカーモードにしてもらっていいかな。
Got you. Sure. I don't want whoever to think that their boss is out with a girl. That could lead to a lot of problems. I better keep quiet and hold my breath. I answer the call with speakerphone on.
もしもし、リンド。
課長、リンド課長ですか？
I gasp as I hear a voice of someone in desperation. I can hear screaming coming from the background. Then gunshots.
課長、助け！
The call abruptly ends before he can finish his sentence. Mr. Rinder's expression stiffens.
すぐにかけ直して。
Yes. I hurriedly press on the redial icon to no avail. What should we do?
そうだ、ミカド。あいつの電話が気になる。ミカドに。
Got it. I try calling him from the number that was on the history list, but the only thing we hear is the repeating of the dial tone. There's no doubt that something terrible is going on at the GPM. Mr. Rindo, we should head to the GPM headquarters right away.
あ、わかってる。
No, I'm coming with you because it's your route, so I gotta come with you. No, there's no time for that. But Enchante is miles out of the way. They probably need you now.
それは。
I'll wait in the car and call Miser and the gang, so don't worry about me. I'll be fine once they join us. I reasoned as best I can with Mr. Rindo, who silently nods with a stern look on his face.
わかった、行こう。
Let's go. Getting tense. Things are building up. I definitely break the speed limit, trying to reach the GPM within 5 minutes after receiving the distress call.
じゃあ、行ってくるよ。イルとカヌスが来てくれる。彼らが来るまではじっとしてて。僕も多分 15分くらいで戻るから。
I don't know about that. Understood. Please be careful.
さて。
After parking the car on the side, I checked to make sure I have everything on me. I gaze up the towering building. The GPM headquarters towers above the buildings of Shinjuku. The usual bustling building is now silent amid the cold night.
どう考えても結構な事件だと思ったけど、 外から見る限り
Wait
は
till you get inside, bro.
騒ぎになってない。
I know the silence doesn't match the call, which probably means that things are much worse than expected. I hurriedly head inside with my guard up. Then suddenly, I hear screaming from amid the silence of the night. A faint resonating scream fills my ears. The hallway is empty. None of the lights are on. I follow my instincts directly to the R&D department where I think Mikado should be hiding.
おい、大丈夫か?
I find one of our men on the ground. And he's dead. I hurry next to his side to check on him. But his body was already cold and lifeless. I was right! He's dead! I could feel the cold coming from his body. His body was unnaturally frigid, to the point that it was freezing.
これは
But,
出血死。
oh, yeah. There's a fox here that hungers. That's odd. I don't see any blood splatter or anything around here. What is happening here? I hear something. I hear something near the shadows.
誰だ?
I point my gun towards the shadows. I can hear breathing. But whoever it is isn't coming out from the shadows.
警告は一度だけだ。おとなしく出てこないなら撃つ。
A few seconds of silence. Suddenly, a black shadow reaches out to me. I quickly step back. I whip my gun towards the shadows. I pull the trigger. I hope Mr. Rindo's alright. I'm still inside Mr. Rindo's car. I look at my phone as I wait for him to return. That call earlier. Very concerning.
もしもし、リンド。
課長、リンド課長ですか？課長、助け！
It cuts off. From the looks of it, it doesn't look like anything's going on inside that building. I wonder what's going on. And then suddenly, I notice a familiar figure comes down slowly from the skies. Ew! What the? In his arms was Mr. Rindo. Il! Mr. Rindo! I jump out of the car, to which Il suddenly stops.
ストップ。近づかないで。
Huh? I stop in my tracks to hear Il's rarely heard stern voice. I then notice Kanes appear from behind Il. He doesn't look very well either. Il! Kanes! What's going on? What happened to Mr. Rindo? I try to hold back my shaking as Il calmly explains the details. They went to the GPM right after I called. Scoping out the building, they found a number of GPM staff on the floor. Most of them were already dead, but amid the bodies, they saw Mr. Rindo in critical condition. Oh no, we didn't pull the trigger because he hurt his sister. But they quickly dove into the building. Based on what they saw there, they assumed the GPM was attacked, but they decided to prioritize Mr. Rindo's safety first and fled. Gosh dang it, Rindo, always getting in these situations being in critical condition. And now, they said they sensed something like a hex coming from Mr. Rindo. A hex? I'm not sure what that is, but I noticed Il nod hearing me say the word.
私はそういった類の術式には強いので耐えられますが、人間であるあなたが触れた場合、どうなるかは保証できません。
But can we take him to the hospital?
やめた方がいいだろ どんな二次被害が起こるかもわからぬ。人間の意志に何かできる類では
Well,
な
what
い。
do we do?
一度アンシャンテに戻り、取れるだけの対応をするべきだ。
You don't want me to get close to him, but we're gonna go back to Enchante. Okay, fine. Take him back. Let's go. I feel myself getting pale to see Mr. Rindo's lifeless face. All I could do was nod in response to their suggestions. I returned back to Enchante with Il and Canis in tow. We carried the unconscious Mr. Rindo to an open room in Enchante. Everyone there has come to see how Mr. Rindo's doing. Miser and Il cast something in the area to allow me to go near him, but no matter what we do, we can't seem to get rid of whatever is eating away at Mr. Rindo.
ひどいうなされようだな。
普通の怪我じゃないね、これ。外傷はほとんどないように見えるけど、生命力がごっそり持っていかれてる。
Is it like a mental thing or a soul thing? Mr. Rindo. Mr. Rindo's body is smattered with black all over. It must be the hex seal mentioned. No doubt that's making Mr. Rindo suffer. To think I was talking with him casually a few hours ago. He said he'd return, but not like this. Why is this happening? I'm frustrated knowing that all I can do is pray for his recovery. For now, I need to let the patrons care for him. I stand there just looking at the immobilized Mr. Rindo, moaning in agony. The fate of his life is in their hands now. It's mid-afternoon. Everyone is at Cafe Enchante. Miser, Il. I skipped Canis completely. My gosh, how did I skip Canis? Miser, Canis, Il, and Ignis are there. Claudia heard the news early this morning, and he came running by to see how we can help. They all decide on what they can do to investigate what happened at the GPM. As the owner of the cafe, she's currently with Rindo and offering whatever care she can.
それで、どうだった、カヌス？
カリアと共に健康診断という名目で本部の中を歩き回っては見たのだが、
職員の人たちに話を聞いてみて
No
も
one noticed anything happening.
特に何かが起きてるって様子はなし。
Okay, maybe they did. They're just brushing it under the rug.
変な人がいないかって聞いてみたけど、何千人単位の職員だし、全部は把握できないって。
イグニスはどうですか？
こっちも収穫なしだ。ベスティアに来てる GPM の連中にも聞いちゃみたんだが、本部で問題が起きたとは聞いてねえそうだ。
そっか。こっちも引き続き重曹を除去できないか、いろいろと試してみたんだけど、成果なし。
今解析を進めていますが、原因と回復方法の究明は時間を
I'm
要す
kind
る
of
見込みです。
curious. Mikado, what are you doing? Is this something that you brought on?
重曹か。めんどくせえな。殴れねえもんが相手なのはよ。
These two hands can break a nose, but they can't break a hex. Some of the lines in this game,
一体なぜ
or
そ
at
の
least
よ
the
うなもの
localized
が
lines.
リンドを蝕むのか。
カヌス、いる。そのリンドを襲った相手、確認はできなかったの？
ええ、こちらでは残念ながら。ですが現場にはリンド以外の犠牲者も倒れていました。
ゆえに、それらの話も一切出てこないというのは、どうにも不自
All
然では
been
ないだろ
brushed
うか。
under the rug.
気に食わねえな。何がどうなってんだ。
With Rindo down, there isn't much we can do now. It was then we heard footsteps. Almost. Mikado? GPM members? Me! I come down to the main floor to grab a sip of water with what little time I have. I notice the usually motley crew talking with each other. It hits me that I haven't tended to the cafe today like an owner should. I'm so sorry, everyone. Let me get something ready.
いいから、てめえは座って休め。そんな憔悴した顔で飯作られても 気持ち的にうまくねえよ。
というか、少し眠った方がいいよ。
Well, it's kind of hard to sleep when you're worried.
昨日は全然寝てないでしょ。
No. I did want to go to sleep. But I kept thinking the worst of what would happen if I wasn't awake to tend to him. I spent so much time thinking of what I should do that the morning had snuck up on me.
看病の続き、俺がやっておくよ。水も俺なら簡単に冷やせるしさ。
Claudia, thank you. He has a point. Water can get lukewarm pretty quick, so having Karia keep things cold would probably be better. Well, if you say so. I'll take a break.
おやすみ。
With that, I go to my bedroom to rest. Still, I can't get rid of all this built up anxiety. I'm not so sure I can sleep at this rate. Just close your eyes and rest then. 3 days have passed since bringing Mr. Rindo here.
おい、リンドの野郎が目覚ましたって
You
マ
woke
ジか。
up? Where is he?
具合はどうだ？
How is he? Conus and Ignis rush into the room as I help Mr. Rindo up so that he can sip on some water. Both of you! Calm down with you. Mr. Rindo's still sick.
君たちが騒がしいせいで、おちおち寝てもいられないね。
He's still in pain, but the sight of Mr. Rindo awake makes Conus and Ignis let a sigh of relief.
心配させんじゃねえよ。
Taku.
みんな、ずっと心配していたぞ。カリアも熱を冷やすのを手伝ってくれていてな。
あの箱入りも珍しく、ゲームそっちのけで真面目にてめえの容体、ミシェルとどうにかできない。
He's addicted to his games, but doesn't mean that he literally, like, skirts everything in life, especially when it's serious to play his games.
そうか。みんな心配してくれたのか。
It's fine. It's fine. Just be a sick person and work on getting better. That's the thing you need to worry about. No, you need to worry about getting better. That's how you can pay us back.
これは後で何かお返しが必要かな。
That's a good idea.
よっしゃ、そんなら会期祝いに俺が肉
Time
焼い
to
てやるよ。
get you well fed and feeling better.
病み上がりに焼肉は重すぎるのではないか。
And with that, the two rush out of the room while debating what to prepare for Mr. Rindo. With the room now empty and silent, he lets out a sigh. Are you alright? You still have a fever, so... Mr. Rindo quickly stops me from finishing my thought by quietly saying that he's alright. I feel a shiver run down my spine as I think of his lifeless face from earlier. He was so pale. It was as if he was drained of all of his blood. I was so worried I thought he'd never wake up again.
これでも一応、ソアンさんに君を任された立場なのに、こんなに心配させちゃ世話ないね。
Well, Grandpa probably sent me here to take care of you lot because you guys all have something about you that's completely useless and I have to be the one to help you. You're not allowed to feel bad. Please don't worry about me. On the contrary, you should rely on me to take care of you. Just let me be worried, got it? I'll take responsibility of getting you back in tip-top shape again.
それは約束だね。
I try to smile seeing Mr. Rindo joke about his situation. But I can't get myself to smile seeing his body like that. How can I smile in this condition? The hex. His body's been covered in black by the hex even after he woke up. Actually, it looks worse now than it did before. Mr. Rindo? What happened back there? Condis and Il mentioned that there were others around you who fell victim when they found you. But no one at the GPM is acknowledging or admitting to know what happened. Which probably means that someone's purposely trying to hide what happened that night. Also, who attacked you, Mr. Rindo? Mr. Rindo pauses for a bit. He hesitantly begins to speak.
確証はない。だけど、間違いなく、この耳で聞いてしまったから。
He closes his eyes and frowns in suffering. I wait in silence for what he'll say next.
声が聞こえたんだ。
Yeah? A voice?
ああ。僕の妹の声が。
Shizuku.
リンド雫の声が。
Shizuku's voice. Come to think of it, we've been trying to get in contact with Mikado to no avail. I'm worried that Mikado was also in danger from what happened back there, but if what Mr. Rindo heard is true... I tried my best to say something to help ease the tension Mr. Rindo held. You know, maybe we can think about it a bit later. First, let's get you back in shape. I tried to brighten the tone, but Mr. Rindo simply nods in agony. His body is badly hurt, but his soul is probably hurting even more. Mr. Rindo lets out a smile after he rolls back down on the bed.
少し休ませてもらうよ。目が覚めたらコーヒーをもらえる
Yeah,
か
I'll
な。
make you a little bit later. I don't think it's good for your stomach to drink coffee right after you wake up. We both check a little bit before Mr. Rindo slowly falls asleep. I can hear him snoring already. Mr. Rindo must be exhausted beyond belief. I can only assume he forced himself up to bring us all a little relief. Putting himself last is so like Mr. Rindo. Mr. Rindo, please get better soon. I'll have coffee ready whenever you wake up. I gently pulled a blanket onto him. I can't take my eyes off of Mr. Rindo's sleeping face. Worried. Very worried. I leave the room after spending a few moments there. I recall what Mr. Rindo told me earlier. I wonder if what he told me is true. When he was afflicted by the hex, he said he heard his younger sister, Shizuku's voice. If so, was Mikado around there too? Considering how close he was to Shizuku? No, Shizuku. Rather, Ku is a Type 2 non-human. I thought Type 2 non-humans are unable to talk. I try to think, but there are too many unknowns for me to come up with a conclusion. In any case, it's great that Mr. Rindo finally came to and is able to talk. I just need to worry about making sure he's well again. I keep pacing back and forth as I ponder what I should do. I then notice Miser and Il, who went missing in the morning, talking together near the stairs. Ah! Miser! Il! Mr. Rindo woke up! You're not very excited. I thought Miser and Il would leap in joy from the good news. But for some reason they don't look very happy. And I was thinking about making some porridge. Oh, and you should see Ignis. He's all into grilling some meat for him. He's still resting in the room, but I'm hoping a few good meals will make him feel better and...
回復はしないよ。
Huh? Did I just hear him wrong? I asked them to speak a little louder, but neither of them seemed to want to say anything.
イルと呪詛の解析を続けてはっきりした。あれは触れたものの生命力を根幹から削り続ける類のものだ。
ゲーム的に言うのならば、最大 HP が今も減り続けている状態です。回復することは不可能です。
Wait a second. But... You're lying, right? He came to, didn't he? I mean, he's still in a bit of pain, but...
少しではないでしょうね。あれは常人なら悲鳴を上げ、のたうつような痛みを伴うはず。もし彼が無事なように見えるのであれば、それはすべて彼の演技でしょう。
Il's words hit me bluntly on the head like a hammer. Wait, so what was that smile earlier? My vision begins to blur as I falter a step back. It's not over. Miser continues with cold hard truth.
騒いでもどうにもならないし、できないから話すけど。ことね。落ち着いて聞いてくれる。
What is it?
リンドは持ってあと2日だと思う。
My mind goes blank. Miser just said is simply not registering in my mind. Did he just say 2 days? 2 days? What? Mr. Rindo? Mr. Rindo's life? Only 2 more days? You're lying. My legs begin to tremble as I fall against the wall. Why? What is going on? He was so calm. He was smiling back at me like he usually does. Now he's going to die?
あまりにも急すぎるのはわかる。それを飲み込めないこともね。けど、それがリンドウが置かれた現状だ。
Isn't there anything we can do? I muster whatever strength in me to ask, to which Il quietly shakes his head.
今のところは何も。仮に解決策があるのだとすれば、呪詛の元を断つしか方法がありません。
Well then, we can't!
当然、彼の傷の解析が進んだ段階で、すでに GPM 周辺に呪詛の元がいないか、広域探知を行っていました。けれど、探知には引っかからなかった。
Hold on.
となると私には見つける術がありません。
Mikado said I'm sorry. And he would do anything for Shizuku. Did Mikado? Did Mikado cast a hex on him? Or find a way to like move a hex on him to steal his life force for Shizuku? No. No. I better not be the fucking case. How about Miser? I quickly turn and implore Miser for a cure, to which he shakes his head.
ごめん。俺にもできることはないんだ。地位と魔王とか言いつつ、結局何もできない。俺は誰かを救ったことがない。こんな言い方はしたくないけど、俺はやっぱり魔王なんだよ。壊すことしかできないんだ。
とはいえ、私たちも諦めたわけではありませんから、できる限りのことは行いますが。
They both promised me that they'll do their very best to help save Mr. Rindo. But their eyes were devoid of hope. It was as if they were saying that it's already seemingly impossible. It's deep into the night now. I'm looking at the ceiling in a daze. I've been like this for nearly an hour now. I can't seem to get myself to fall asleep.
そっか。みんな心配してくれたのか。
Mr. Rindo's words come and go from my mind as I hear the clock tick-tock.
まさかの事態だね。これは後で何かお返しが必要かな。
He was smiling. I thought he was going to be okay. And yet, he's going to die. No. My heart is rejecting reality. But Mr. Rindo hasn't woken since then. Miser and Eve will never lie about something like that. Then it's really true. Man, I'm like getting in it just for like the acting purpose, right? To voice it. And I've got like tears in my eyes. Method acting.
そうか。そんなに気に入ってくれるなら、たまに料理するのも悪くないね。
Oh man, I said it now. I'm really like tearing up now. Hold on.
15分くらいで戻るから。
Man, I shouldn't have addressed it. Once I addressed it, my body is like, oh, we can completely commit to it now, right? Absolutely. Liar. The time I spent with Mr. Rindo flees from my memories. He said he'd be back. we were only separated for a short while. I won't be able to see Mr. Rindo as his usual self anymore. He said he wouldn't mind taking up cooking again. The more I recall memories of Mr. Rindo and I, the more reality of his death creeps up on me. My eyes begin to water with tears when I hear my phone ring amid the silence of the night. I grab it quickly and look at the display. Mikado? The one person we couldn't reach. Hello? Is this Mr. Mikado? I hurriedly reply, to which I'm greeting with silence from the caller. But soon enough, a voice comes through hesitantly.
君に話があるんだ。リンドの命に関わる内容だ。でも、
This is sketch.
電話で話すことはできない。
This is sketch. Huh? He cuts the line before I have a chance to reply. I look at my smartphone and think about the call for a bit. If what Mr. Rindo said was true, and his younger sister Shizuku did attack him, then Mikado must be evolved in some sort of way. But if that's true, then this could be dangerous. But Mikado sounded like he was suffering. Ah, this is a choice. No. Hold on. We're saving. We're saving. Oh, gosh, man. I want to go to the park, but then again, okay. The rational choice is to not go to the park. Because that's stupid, and this is really suspicious. And I feel like if I go to the park, Mikado's going to do the same thing and steal my life force for Shizuku. Whatever he's doing, right? There's something sus going on. I don't feel his sincerity in that. Like, he might regret it, but at the same time, I feel like he's like, for the greater good of Shizuku, I will sacrifice anyone, right? Even though I like care about these people, I'm going to sacrifice them because it's necessary. Man. I did make a save, so... Head to the park, don't head to the park. Head to the park, don't head to the park. Head to the park, don't head to the park. I'm gonna head to the park because that's what a stupid Otome protagonist would do, and I've saved. I know it's dangerous to head out alone. But if there's a way to save Mr. Rindo, I better get going. I'll have to take my chances if there's even a sliver of hope remaining. Ila's resting in his room, tired from investigations, and Conus is keeping watch of Enchante. I need to try and make my way out with them without them noticing. In any case, I quickly get myself ready as quietly as possible and leave my room. The park is dimly lit by moonlight. He's there. It's Mikado, standing by himself.
よかった。来てくれたんだね。
Stands 20 feet away. What do you want? What do you need? Mikado.
正直、来てくれるか不安だった。
Yeah.
けど同時に、君は来るかもしれないと思っていたよ。僕と雫の関係を、人間と人外の歪んだ関係を、正面から否定しなかった。
What is going on at the GPM? What is eating away at Mr. Rindo's life? I wanted to ask those questions, but Mikado starts shaking his head.
いろいろと聞きたいことはあるだろうけど、時間もないし。
Yes.
まずは本題に入ろう。
I do.
君が聞きたいのは、リンドウの話だろう。
I listen quietly for his words. It was then I noticed that Mikado doesn't have Ku with him. Ku? Shizuku, rather. I wonder where she is.
僕は、雫の兄だということを差し引いても、リンドウ薫のことを、
Again, this is
友人
feeling
だと
real
思っ
sus
ている。
here.
だから、僕は彼を、リンドウを救いたい。それは論ずるまでもない。
I hope you're not lying to
当
me.
然の帰結だ。
I really hope you're not lying to me.
そう。たとえどんな手段であろうとも、友を救いたい気持ちに偽りはない。
No matter what it takes. The foreboding of that isn't very comforting. What is Mikado wanting to say? I listen carefully as Mikado looks at me with dull eyes.
琴音くん、君はどうかな？君と林道の関係は友人。いや、友人よりも親しい関係にも見える。そんな君は仮に自分の手に彼を救う術があるとして、だけどその手段が、君は彼を救いたいと思うかい？
It depends what it is.
僕は選んだよ。君の置かれた状況とは少し異なるが、大切なものを生かすことを決めた。それがたとえどんなにおぞましい手段でも。
What are you trying to imply here, Mikado? I don't need to ask him what he's talking about. Mikado's talking about Shizuku. He's also referring to Mr. Rindo, too. All I could do was stand there dazed until Mikado walks towards me. Don't get close to me, my dude. Don't touch me! He slowly reaches his arms out. This is...
人外化促進薬メタプラジア GPM の闇が作り上げた悪意の結晶。端的に言えば人間を人外に作り変える薬さ。
Huh. What? Humans into non-humans. So is this what was used to transform Shizuku?
きっと林道はこの道を望まない。これは彼があの日から歩んできた人生を真っ向から否定するものだから。もしも彼に生きてほしいと望むなら、君は君のいわばエゴだけで彼の人生をねじ曲げることになる。
Mikado's eyes are still dull. This one is like we haven't had many choices yet, but like the idea of like the choices that could potentially come up in my head feel a lot more intense than Kanis's route. It looks like he's suffering and it looks like he's in regret. Still, Mr. Mikado shakes his head and forces himself to hand the vial to me.
この薬を使えば林道の命は救える。
Yeah, but at what cost?
けど魂を救えるかは君次第だ。でも君なら雫と僕を並ばないでいてくれた君なら。
I don't want to turn on you, but I don't think that's... Mikado lets out a weak smile, then turns his back on me. I hurriedly ask him a question. Please wait. Where are you going, Mikado? Where is Shizuku? Mikado doesn't look at me and starts walking. I can't tell his expression from his back with his back turned on me.
僕と雫はやるべきことがあるんだ。どうしてもやるべきことが。
Take care of.
ああ、きっとこの先には悲劇しかない。けど全部が終わったら
But being sus, Mikado.
君とリンダ
You're being vague and sus, my dude. He doesn't complete his line. He holds his words back and walks away. Wait! I have more I want to ask. I hurry make chase, but... It was too late. Mikado's figure vanishes into the depths of darkness. What? I'm left with a deafening silence and the breeze flowing through the night.
今のは帝明か。
Hannes appears from the shadows, seeing me stand still in stupor. Hannes! I'm sorry for sneaking out like this. Hannes must have noticed I left and has been tailing me ever since.
いや、構わぬ。結果的に後ろに控えることはできた。ともかく、今は戻るとしよう。
Let's go. Okay. Excuse me, sorry. Oh, I've been meaning to sneeze for like the last 30 minutes. It just keeps coming and going. Well, it doesn't help that whenever I was like getting into it and had like tears in my eyes too, my nose is also irritated. No time to laugh. No, it's serious. No, we can't be laughing. Kanus and I look in the direction that Mikado disappeared into. I subconsciously grasp the metaplasia? Yeah, metaplasia tightly in my hand. The following day, I explain to everyone the medicine I received from Mikado. I also talk in detail regarding Shizuku.
人外化促進薬メタプラジア
Yes, that's what Mikado said. Does anyone know what it is?
いいえ、初めて見ますね。
つーか、言動から察するに帝の野郎完全に黒じゃねえか。おいカヌス、てめえなんでとっ捕まえてこなかった？
すまね、我の判断ミスだ。ひとかけらでも悪意が見られた瞬間、即座に出ていくつもりだったのだが。
悪意が全く見られなかったと、そういうわけね。
Well, I guess we could have crashed. I can't speak. I can't read either, apparently. Well, I guess we could have chased after Mikado the moment Kana showed up.
いや、動かなくて正解じゃないかな。
I hope I made the right choice.
襲撃犯はおそらくその、リンド雫の方だ。帝を捕らえようが殺そうが、それだけじゃ大きな意味はないでしょう。
Yeah.
それにすぐ姿が見えなくなる。
Looks like he's being real vague about stuff. I wanna... Oh shit, I wanna trust him. I didn't read what that said.
雫にしろ、その場で深追いでもして、
And she's true, some kind of power.
する方がますます一大事だよ。
Oh, I've been affected. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not affected by the hex.
だから後悔するんじゃなくて、これからどうするかを
Focus on the present and what's to come in the future versus the past. Okay.
話を統合しますと、やはりその雫という人外が呪詛の元で間違いなさそうですね。
It's probably not on purpose, so, but like, I don't know. It's hard for me sometimes to think through things in like supernatural type of shows or games or stuff like that, because they start laying the groundwork of what's the expected reality in a world like this. So like, you're at least open to the idea whenever they present new ideas. But at the same time, since it is a supernatural world, literally the world is their oyster. Anything could work, you know? Like, they could shoehorn anything in, right? So whenever I come to like sit down and start thinking about it and trying to piece together in my head, I'm not sure what line of logic to follow, because like logic in regards to the real world may not apply here. So I don't know. I start thinking about it and I'm like, I can't piece it together. I can't piece what's going on. I don't know which way to think, and then I reverse psychology myself.
しかし、今も探知には引っかかりません。よほど力を持った人外のようです。
仕組みはわからないけど、厄介だね。
We look at each other and frown. It was then I noticed that Karia had come down to the ground floor. Ah, Karia. How is Mr. Rindo?
全然だね。ずっと寝たまま。
I see. Mr. Rindo hasn't woken up since the last time I spoke with him. When is he going to wake up? For all we know, he may never wake again. He'll simply pass away. After hearing that he hasn't woken up, everyone in the room turns their attention towards the metaplasia on the table.
で、どうすんだよ。
Are we acting up? Stream, are we acting up? Let's not act up, stream. OBS, can we get that back in the green again? That would be great if we could. But dropping frames! I hate my internet so much. My internet sucks. I'm gonna say that and it's gonna immediately crash and not let me do anything. Oh no! sorry for shit talking you. Please stop dropping frames. Let me come back. I'm sorry. Please just let me stream. That's all I want. That's all I want in life is to be able to stream. That's all I need from you, internet. I'm gonna keep going. I hope everything's balances itself out. So what's the move? Yes. I have a feeling giving him the vial and not giving him the ball is gonna be a choice. I am not ready for it.
そもそもなのですが、この薬を飲めばリンドが助かるという保証はあるのですか?
Not really, and Mikado's been kind of sus the whole time, so there's not much of a big reassurance, to be honest. What to do? But Mr. Rindo unable to respond. We need to make the call amongst ourselves. But turning into a non-human. Transforming Mr. Rindo would mean that we're going to disregard his beliefs and wishes. After all, Mr. Rindo kept repeating to me that about attaining happiness as a human. What should I do? I wonder what everyone else is thinking. Talk with Miser. Talk with Miser. Miser, what do you think we should do? Miser's looking down and deep in thought. After a few moments have passed, he reluctantly begins to speak.
人間が人外に変わるということは、全く別のものに生まれ変わるのと同義。それまでの人生の何もかもを投げ捨てるんだ。
Yeah.
並大抵のことじゃないよ。
It's a mental change. A soul change.
変わるっていうのは。
I should talk with someone else. Okay, we get to talk to everyone. Canis? Canis, what do you think? Canis? What are your thoughts on humans turning into non-humans? Canis mumbles to himself.
我はこの問いに明確な答えが出せぬ。もともと人外である我にとっては、人外になるという事象の重さが理解できぬのだ。仲間の危機だというのに力になることができず。
It's okay, I appreciate you at least contemplating it. Oh, don't worry. You don't have to apologize.
ただ、一つだけ言えるとしたら、どちらの道を選ぶにしても、彼の人生を背負う覚悟が必要ではないかと。
I know, I'm well aware. I should talk with... Oh, is it like a first thing, second thing? Because I was just say, why is Canis purple? Because I talked to him already. But once we... No, we'll talk with Eel. Eel? What are your thoughts, Eel? You know, about all this.
私は
It's unusual to see him hesitant to speak. I guess he's as troubled about this as I am right now.
私は自分の意志で道を選べるのが人間の魅力だと考えています。それを本人の意志が介在しないままに道を選んでしまうのは正しいのでしょうか。
Yeah.
もし命が助かったとしても、その結果、人間としての彼は死ぬことになるのだ。
You know, sitting here and thinking about it, I hope it doesn't come chew me in the ass and do some backwards reasoning for it. Like, I had to do this to save you, and it turns out fine in the end for the good route, right? But part of me does not want to give him this. Like, a strong part of me now. Like, I was indecisive at first, but a strong part of me now does not want to give him the vial. He was right in that. Even if we do save his life, that would kill the human that was Kaoru Rindo that we all know. But not doing anything isn't going to help stop him from dying. I should talk to someone else. Ignis, what do you think? Ignis? What are your thoughts?
決まってんだろ。さっさと薬を使っちま
え。Ignis quickly and nonchalantly responds to my query.
このままほっといたら間違いなく死んじまうんだ。
But
人間だの人外だのうじうじ悩むのはその後にしろ。 死んじまったら悩むこともできね
Yeah.
え。やるしかねえだろ。
Agnes. Agnes is making sense. Mr. Rindo dies. There's nothing we can do, period. My mind is clouded with thoughts. Mr. Rindo suffers seeing Shizuku turn into a non-human. Then it isn't turning him into a non-human a miserable fate that will stay with him forever? After getting their input, I can't decide. But that isn't surprising in the slightest. After all, there's no telling which decision is either right or wrong.
何を悩んでんだよ。普通に死ぬよりマシだろうが。てめえらリンドを見殺しにすんのか。
Don't grill me like this, Ignis, okay? Because if we turn him into a non-human, we're essentially killing him off in a different way. The body's still okay, maybe not the body there, but the memories potentially, not even the memories, maybe the soul would be gone. That's the worry.
それをリンド自身が望むのかという話です。
We're thinking about his wishes. No one is wrong, which is why we can't come to a solution. Can we have a third option that's just better than the rest of not doing something or giving him this weird bile? The tension in the air is suffocating me slowly.
俺は
You have thoughts? Please tell me your thoughts, Karia. Karia, someone who lived their life thinking they were a human breaks the silence.
俺はまだガキだから
No, share your thoughts. I
難しい
want to
ことは
hear.
わかんないけどでも人外の体を持つ辛さは少しわかる。人として生きていたのに生きていたいのに腫れ物扱いされて捨てられて避けられて人に交わりたくても交われなくていっそ死んだ方がそんな風に思ったこともある。
His words hold weight. His life is exactly what Mr. Rindo's may be if he turns into a non-human. This medicine shouldn't be used. The thought crosses everyone's mind.
でも俺は今幸せなんだ。
He lets out a gentle smile.
受け入れてくれた両親がいて道を選ばせてくれた妖精たちがいてとにかくうるさいけど俺の居場所になってくれたちょっと変な喫茶店があって
Despite all the rowdy patrons.
それはリンドウさんのおかげなんだ。
Decisions.
俺親に気味悪がられて捨てられた後今の両親以外で初めて誰かに生きろって言われた。
Karia's eyes swell with tears as he tries to maintain a strong appearance.
俺あの人に生きててほしい。だってまだちゃんとお礼も言ってないんだ。助けてくれてありがとうって生きろって言ってくれてありがとうって。
You gotta thank your dad after all.
だから
Karia, I see a person in front of me who cares deeply for Mr. Rindo. But that applies to me and everyone here. My heart quietly finds solace in hearing Karia's plea. I cough a bit to clear my throat. I then pat Karia on his head with a smile. The time to decide is creeping upon me. It's okay. I'm sure he'll be fine. Ah, we're so close to a bad route. I feel it. It's so close, and I'm tiptoeing, and I'm just like, I'm so anxious. The room is quiet. The silence amplifies the clock's ticking. I sit on the side of the bed and look at Mr. Rindo's sleeping face. Mr. Rindo. Mr. Rindo's body is failing by the minute. He's panting in pain as if his life was counting down towards its demise. I look at the vial of metaplasia in my hand. He said before that I thought it would have been best to kill his younger sister than see her as a non-human. All this time, he kept preaching to me about attaining happiness as a human. I want him to live. I don't want him to die. Which leaves me with one choice. I understand that I need to do, but seeing Mr. Rindo brings me such doubt. Is it really right to administer the dose of metaplasia? I reach my hand out to Mr. Rindo. I'm not sure if I'm doing this to see if he's breathing or if he'll respond back to me. All I know is that I want to hold his hand. I grab Mr. Rindo's hand tightly. Man. Gosh! I think we made... Okay, who knows? It could have later room for I think we made the right choice last time. It feels like we're getting to a decent spot. Use the metaplasia. Don't administer it. Administer it. Don't administer it. I made it seem so... I made it seem so you fine, but I'm still so anxious. I don't want him to die! But at the same time, I don't want him to be miserable and like turn into Shizuku and not be safe. The moral dilemma! No. I don't want to go down a bad end. I really don't. I'm so afraid to go down a bad end. I don't want to. Man, don't use it and use it. Don't use it, use it. Don't use it, use it. We don't have any other options and we're running out of time. Ignis did say that we can worry about that later. It's against your will, but I'm doing it. I'm doing it, Rindo. I hold the vial of metaplasia firmly in my hand. I'm sorry. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Please don't go berserk and kill me. I'm sorry, Rindo. I just want to save you. I understand.
けど、妹のことだけじゃない。言ったように僕は数多くの人間と人外を見てきた。友人、恋人、家族になった組み合わせも。だけど、その多くは悲劇で終わる。人と人外の違いは必ず歪みとして出る。よくある。
It's gonna be okay.
昔話みたいにね。
It's gonna be okay. We're gonna figure it out. I understand.
きっと人間と人外は本来交わるべきではなかったんだ。
Okay, maybe. Okay, hold on. Maybe this is the right route. Okay, because hear me out. Everybody else that is a bachelor option in this game is non-human. Rindo was the only one that was human. Oh, okay, maybe this is the right route. I feel a little bit better. I'm trying to convince myself. I'm probably in some stage of denial. Oh, I hope I chose the right route. Or the right choice, I guess, right? To go down the right path. I understand already. I shake my head to rid these thoughts. I slowly move closer to Mr. Rindo. My heart is overcome with sorrow as I feel his cold body. I whisper to Mr. Rindo. Mr. Rindo, if he drinks this, our relationship, the relationship we slowly built, will probably crumble into nothing. The happiness he saw as a human and the relationship he saw between us. Even so, I want to hear his voice again. I want him to live. Mr. Rindo, here. He doesn't respond. I tip the vial of medicine into his mouth. Mr. Rindo coughs and spills the medicine out of his mouth in pain. He probably doesn't have the strength to swallow. Or maybe he wants to die. It felt as though he was attempting to convey that to me. Seeing his life fade away will make me regret, suffer, and cry in sorrow. So, even if you want to die, I won't let you. May my prayers be heard. Take the medicine, Rindo! Man, what an unromantic first kiss. I put the metaplasia in my mouth and gently administered. I put it in my mouth. I put it in my mouth, oh no! And gently administer the dose. Please. Please live. I pray for it even if he doesn't want it. I'm prepared to pay anything just to see him live. I will carry full responsibility for turning you into a non-human. Even if you aren't human anymore, I'll never turn my back on you. So please don't suffer. If you need to resent something, resent me. Just please live. I put it in my mouth. Am I also going to turn into a non-human? Oh, final chapter. Final chapter. Hey. Welcome back. My body feels achy as if I just recovered from a fever. My head is spinning. I look around in a daze. This place looks like that empty room on the second floor of Enchante. Ah, that's right. After I went to the GPM headquarters, I was attacked by a non-human. After that, everyone saved me and... I looked next to me and noticed Otome sleeping with her head on the side of the bed. Yeah. I let out a smile seeing her quietly breathing in her sleep. I slowly reached my hand out to pat her on the head when... a sharp pain runs through me. Static. I'm sorry. 5 minutes later, I force myself down the stairs as I fight the pain and the anxiety coursing through me. Morning should come soon, so no one should be here. Wait. What is that demon lord doing at the counter?
ミシェル。
遅いお目覚めじゃないか、リンド。それに、ずいぶん男前になったね。
Be serious? Miser's eyes say otherwise.
かなり辛そうだけど、とりあえずコーヒーでも入れるからさ。ここ、座りなよ。君が眠っている間に何があったか、俺たちが調べた情報も含めて全部教えるからさ。もっとも、その姿でコーヒーが飲めるかはわからないけどね。
Miser goes into detail over what happened while I was sleeping. Something about being hexed so badly that it nearly killed me. The Mikado gave our dear girl a vial of something called metaplasia. She struggled trying to determine if she should turn me into a non-human. And at the very end, Otome administered the medicine to me. This all seems so far-fetched that I can't seem to believe what he's saying. Odd considering it's supposed to be something that happened to me.
それから、アンシャンテの常連たちで交互に本部ビルに様子を見に行っているけど、一見いつも通りに見えて、そのくせ何かおかしいんだ。
And being swept under the rug. The only thing they discovered was the whole bunch of GPN employees that haven't come to work recently. Of course, it's impossible that they're all out sick or on vacation.
もともとの人数が多いから目立たないだけでさ。すでに10人以上が連絡も取れず休んでいるらしいからね。明らかに何者かの仕業だ。そしてその犯人と目されるのは
ミカド。
分かってる。たとえ何年経ったとしても、妹の雫の声を忘れやしないよ。
The voice I heard when I was attacked. A voice I can't get out of my mind. It seems like Mikado knew about my situation. It doesn't take a genius to figure out who's behind all this.
これは7年前、雫を殺さなかった僕の責任だ。
You better not.
僕が止めてみせる。
Better not kill yourself, dude. He only jabbed me. But that was more than enough to make my body falter. I crumpled down on my knees. My strength is fleeting. I can't move. It's almost like I'm in someone else's body. I must have fallen to my knees pretty loudly. I hear footsteps running down the stairs. I didn't know I fell asleep. I wake up from a loud thud and look around to find Mr. Rindo missing. Which means he must have left the room. Oh, do we get to see him now? I hurriedly run down the stairs. Mr. Rindo! I'm calling out his name as I run down the stairs, expecting him to be in the cafe. Ah! I gasped for air. My eyes focus in on the figure standing in front of me. Oh! Ooh, nice. I kind of like it, to be honest. It's Mr. Rindo. But not the Mr. Rindo I know. No, it is Mr. Rindo. But the left side of his body. And his right hand. His right hand? I'm pretty sure that's his left hand. I'm not sure what the slithering thing is. It's like a black film stuck to him. That thing covering him. It's squirming around as if it has a mind of its own. Almost sentient. He's got a symbiote! Rindo, you've got a symbiote! Oh my god. Oh my gosh. His face is partially transformed into something almost demon-like. His hair has also changed, like his face, to a brilliant white. His quivering eyes lock onto mine. Mr. Rindo? I call out his name, unsure if he'll respond. He simply turns his eyes away. Miser moves in front of Mr. Rindo.
リンドはまだ動くのも辛いらしくてね。もう少し寝かせてあげたいからさ。ベッドとか整えてあげてくれる？俺が後で連れて行くからさ。
Oh, okay. I simply nod in response to Miser's command. I can't get a grasp of my emotions or thoughts together yet. I head back upstairs to get the bed ready. Oh, I think I made the right decision. I hope I made the right decision. I think I made the right decision! Ah! That same day, amid Shinjuku's towering buildings, stands the GPM headquarters. It's late into the night and some of the workers are planning to call it a day. The hallways are now empty. It's hunting time. She hungers for blood. A certain old man is running for his life, fear-struck and terrified. Run. 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 He's running as fast as he can. But his lack of physical prowess caused him to trip over his own foot. And suddenly, the shadow that was hunting him swallows the lower half of his body. The man screams, knowing that his strength is vanishing.
なぜ私がこんな目に遭わねば。
なぜおかしなことを
Oh,
言う
we're on
ね
a revenge hunt. I kind of thought we might.
誰よりも自分が一番よく知っているだろう。
The deputy commissioner's eyes widen as he sees Mikado appear from the shadows. He's supposed to be his loyal subordinate. But for some reason, Mikado's attacking him.
貴様、帝明。
貴様を見込んで第二開発課に推薦してやったをも忘れて。
Yeah, man.
ああ、その件は感謝しているさ。おかげで僕は真実を知れたからね。ほら、おいで、雫。
Oh, maybe it wasn't an experiment gone, or maybe it wasn't an experiment gone wrong. Maybe it wasn't an experiment that gone wrong for Shizuka. Maybe someone forcefully gave her the medicine and transformed her. Or maybe she was part of the experiment making the medicine that just happened. But Mikado beckons it to come closer. The man screams in fear, seeing the beast.
おや、何を怖がっているんだい、副局長殿。
This is Shizuku Rindo, do you not
君も
remember?
よく知っている相手だよ。GPM 開発課の秀才、リンドウ雫。本部きっての再現として名高かったじゃないか。
Mikado endearingly calls the writhing? Yeah. Mikado endearingly calls the writhing creature Shizuku Mikado. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He calls her Shizuku Rindo. And I'm pretty sure the voice line also said that. He does not call this Shizuku Mikado. But his voice isn't heard as it's muffled by the man's screams. His fear-laden eyes stare blankly at the one called Shizuku.
化け物！来るな！来るな！
Death and dying. He screams at the top of his lungs. And it's engulfed. But his screams don't travel far. A thick, mucus-like shadow seeps up from Shizuku's body. In a matter of seconds, the shadow swallows the man whole.
化け物か。極悪非道という意味なら、君たちも大差ないだろう。
He mumbles something. Shizuku's body begins to tremble, and a frail and vaguely comprehensible voice is heard.
ああ、僕だよ。ここにいるよ。よかった。また少しずつ人らしくなってきたね。
Mikado gently cradles the creature's head-like body part.
君を元に戻すためには、あと何人必要なん
Blood
だ。
sacrifices. Ooh.
ねえ、雫。人間に戻ったら何がしたい？また一緒に甘いカフェオレを飲もうか。僕と雫とリンドウと、それに琴音くんの4
Oh,
人
and
で
Kotone too.
また笑い合えたらいい。あまり現実的ではないけどね。
Oh, Karu Aniki.
彼女の結論が願わくば僕たちと同じでありますように。
Shizuku's body shakes with Mikado's words. Is it because she's happy? Or is it because she's sad? Not even Mikado could determine what she was feeling with certainty. It's been a day since Mr. Rindo came to. I go up to the room he's using with some tea and knock on the door. Mr. Rindo? Can I come in?
どうぞ。
Excuse me. I freeze on the spot. He's standing there, same as yesterday. His upper torso is bare, and the non-human parts are clearly visible. It looks like he was wiping his body. I'm sorry. I'll come back later.
ああ、大丈夫だよ。それと、気にしないで。っていうのは、難しいかもしれないけどさ。今の僕は、これも含めて
And it's still you apparently in your mind and soul. I hope. I truly hope it is.
出ていかないで。
Mr. Rindo's voice is calm. He's been resting in intervals since yesterday. And now he's recovered to a point that he can have a casual conversation. His pale complexion seems to have gotten better compared to what it used to look like. But seeing him like this reminds me of the harsh reality. Mr. Rindo is transformed from a human to a non-human. And I'm the one responsible. According to Miser, it seems like Mr. Rindo's body hasn't adjusted to his non-human body yet. Which is why he's been laying down in bed most of the time. It should be obvious, but transforming into another body is probably mentally and physically taxing. You do look pretty good. You do look pretty good, I'll admit. Oh, well, I know Mr. Rindo is trying to lighten the mood, but I can't get myself to smile, right? I'm the one who should be trying to cheer him up. It would actually make me feel better if he just cursed me for what I've done. Yeah. I feel pretty resolute that that's the choice I should have made. Stop! You're putting me before you again! Grumble and complain, Rindo! You don't want any more medicine from me. I give you awful medicine. Mr. Rindo goes on to gently pat me on the head. The texture of his newly formed hand is making me feel guilty. But Mr. Rindo's gentle caress feels almost as if he's slowly wiping away his sorrow. Okay. Still, I doubt I'm able to smile as brightly now. At the very least, I'll do what I can and try to put a smile on my face. Time seems to be flying by. It's already been 3 days. Thanks for the wait. Here's the juice for you, Il, and Ignis, here's your steak. They look at each other as they place their orders on the table. Really? I wasn't really aware. Well, I wonder why. Well, I guess they're right. Even though Mr. Rindo was saved, the fact I changed him to a non-human is still hanging over my head. I guess all that reassurance from Mr. Rindo helped me get back into shape again. Don't say that, Il. I know you're trying to cheer me up, but don't say that. Thanks, guys.
その提案自体が心配している証拠ではうっせえな。うっせえな。心配じゃねえ。
I'm not worried at all. Thanks. They're kind as usual. Actually, everyone who comes here is kind at heart. They saved me whenever I needed to be. Oh, come to think of it, now that I finally had the capacity to look beyond myself, a certain thought comes to mind. Are employees still going missing at the GPM? I recall what Miser said. Back when Mr. Rindo was near death, Miser mentioned something about GPM employees not showing up to work. I'm pretty sure Mikado and Shizuku are involved in this one way or another. Miser and Il are still checking on the GPM, but I look at Il and notice that he's shaking his head. Really?
探知も合わせて行っていますが、不審な様子は特に見えませんね。とはいえ、GPM も対人外組織。何かしら秘匿の術がないとも限りませんが。
Swipe it under the rug again.
強行手段で乗り込むのは簡単だが、そこで何も見つからねえんじゃ、うちの立場を悪くするだけだし。
Yeah. I recall what Mr. Rindo said before as I see the two talking with each other. Shizuko Rindo attacked him. She's Mr. Rindo's younger sister, turned non-human, and Mikado's love. After she transformed into a non-human 7 years ago, she's now with Mikado as his doll, Ku. So far, it doesn't seem like Ku has moved at all recently. But how did she move in the first place? I thought whatever Mikado was giving her kept her immobilized. We can't just ignore either Mr. Rindo's state or Mikado, but I wonder if things will just settle as is. We're not done with the chapter yet. I feel like we haven't gone through like the climactic bit yet. That was just the first harrowing scenario. No, that's not possible. Something's bound to happen. I just know something will happen, but it's not like I can do anything now. I glance over at the clock as the anxiety builds within me. Oh, I better get lunch ready for Mr. Rindo. I decide to switch gears from thinking and head into the kitchen. I mean, there isn't much I can do as a human when the issue is related to non-humans. If so, I can focus on getting Mr. Rindo back in shape with my cooking and coffee brewing. I grab the soup I just made and head up the stairs. I hope Mr. Rindo likes it. I carefully climb the stairs to his room so that I don't spill the soup. I wonder what I should talk about while he's eating. I find myself in front of his room before I could sort out my thoughts. I hear a voice from beyond the door.
今日はだいぶ具合もいいよ。彼女が熱心に看病してくれてるからね。
It sounds like Kanis is talking with Mr. Rindo. Their conversation continues as I ponder where I should step in. I decide to eavesdrop on their conversation, assuming that they would wrap it up shortly.
あれから体調はどうだ？
今日はだいぶ具合もいいよ。彼女が熱心に看病してくれてるからね。
そうか。ならばよいが。
それにしても、こんなに休んだのは久しぶりだ。
Yeah, it's time. It's not pleasant, but it's time for you to pay back all the time that you skipped sleep and suffered through exhaustion.
GPM にも欠勤の連絡を入れたし、これを機会に羽を伸ばすとするよ。
リンド
って言っても、ゆっくり休んでる場合じゃないか。
雫殿か。
まあね。帝も含めて一時的におとなしくしてるみたいだけど、
Yeah.
きっとまた似たようなことが起きるよ。目的が何にしろ、あの二人のことなら僕が止めないと。それこそこの新しい体を使ってね。なんだか変な感じだよ。回復っていうよりも自分の体が作り変えられている感じさ。
You feel younger?
けど時間が経つにつれて馴染んでいくのもわかるんだ。まだまだ君たちほどじゃないけど、僕もだいぶ人間離れして強くなってるかもしれないよ。人外ってのも悪くないね。
リンド、本気でそう思っているのか？お前の人生、人として生きる時間は、もう終わってしまったのだぞ。人間と人外、その両方を見てきたお前だからこそ、そう簡単に。
Well, he's someone that pushes his own preferences and opinions aside in favor of everyone else, so he's probably not addressing his actual feelings right now.
お前は今、
何を思っている？No, you stop it.
茶化すな。琴音がいない今でなければ話せぬだろう。
Yeah, I'm not here.
気持ちを隠すことは確かに必要かもしれん。だがそれも溜め込みすぎればそのものを内から滅ぼす毒となる。
I would know all about that after doing Kanis' route.
どのような形でも構わぬ。お前の本音を吐き出してみろ。
確かにさ、カヌスの言う通り割り切れるものじゃないよ。でもなんていうか、僕もよくわからなくてさ。
Yeah, It's not something that happens every
本
day.
当に喜劇だとは思うよ。
Yeah.
雫のことで後悔をし続けて、琴音ちゃんやカリア君にだっていろいろと偉そうに言って、人間と人外の関係はきっと悲劇に終わるんだって、いつも分かったような口を聞いて。
I don't want you to think of this as a tragedy, please.
でも
Sorry.
僕なら人間だから、人間としての幸せを求めるなら二人で探してみるのもいいとか。その結果が土違いもなくさ、いろいろ考えてたんだ。この間はお家でデートだったから、今度はどうでもいいかもって。天崎島を訪れてさ、てんちゃんに会って、ついでに彼女の実家とかさ。まあご両親への言い訳とか、そもそも自己紹介とかどうしようかななんて。この間も買い出しのついでに寄ったジュエリーショップですごくいいペアリングを見つけてさ。ペアリングなんてまず買わないんだけど、思わず財布の中身を確認しちゃったよ。自然と琴音ちゃんに似合うかなとか。
Stop being sad.
どこかへ一緒に
You're
出か
making
け
me
たい
so
なと
sad,
か。
Rindo. Stop. We can still do all of this.
あの子の気持ちとかまだまだ何も確認してないのに、気が早すぎるなんて自分に突っ込んで。だけどそんな気持ちがいつか現実になればって。なのにもうこんな体じゃ
Bullshit.
ペア
Yes,
リ
you
ングなん
can.
て。いや、それどころか、もう彼女と一緒に同じ時を歩むことすらできなくなったんだ。どうしてかな。なんで
泣きたければ泣け、吐き出したければ吐き出せ。幸いここにいるのは目も耳もない人外のみ。人。
Come on, sorry, Kanas.
提案は嬉しいけど、この年になると涙も枯れて。
Excuse you, Rindo.
そう
Remember,
そんな
you're a
ことなんて
non-human
でき
now.
ない。
Kanas is much older than you are, okay?
でも一言だけ
Yeah.
吐いてもいいなら。僕は人外になんてなりたくなかった。帝は笑ってたよ。物言わぬ人外になった雫と一緒にどんな形でも一緒にいられて幸せだって。でも僕は知ってるんだ。
I'm
あいつが
sorry.
幸せそうなふりをしている裏で
I'm sorry, Rindo.
どれだけ苦しんで雫を人間に戻そうと必死にあがいて。けどそれでも遠く届かない日々。こんな僕がそばにいたら僕も彼女を苦しめるって
Stop. Don't say that. I'm
分かり
sorry.
きってるのに。
I know. I want to suffer. Oh, Otome. Hearing Mr. Rindo's candid and honest sentiment brought tears to my eyes. What have I done? I knew how he felt. His younger sister turned into a non-human. Saw Mikado and how he suffered. I was swooned from his kindness. He eased my soul with kind words. How much dumber can I be? Can't stop my tears. I want to stop crying. I don't have the right to be crying. Mr. Rindo said he wouldn't cry. Try with all my might not to make a sound, but I can't hold back my tears. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Mr. Rindo. I know my apologetic words to mean nothing. I can't turn back the clock. He isn't human anymore. Stop. I'm like crying. I saw that CG of Kotone and my heart immediately just squeezed. I'm like, oh no, I feel it. Like I was already vaguely, not vaguely, I was already upset watching Rindo and him just like finally drop his facade. Like I'm glad he did it, but it's like, oh my gosh, this hurts. But seeing Kotone's reaction is like, oh no. Oh, tears. A beautiful afternoon, yeah. Kari and the patrons of Enchante are all gathered together at the cafe.
いや、みんな、こっちで会うのは久しぶりかな。
I've been using the room here as a recovery room of sorts. I come down to the ground floor. They're all staring at me in shock.
リンドさん、もう動けるわけ？
一応ね。完全とは言い難いけど、動く分には支障はないよ。
死にかけ一歩手前まで行ったことを考えりゃ十分な回復なんじゃねえか。
まあね、可愛いマスターの献身的な介護のおかげだ。
Oh, I feel so guilty. I feel so guilty.
でも無理は禁物だよ。
ああ、顔色も決して良いようには見えん。まだ寝ていた方が良いのではないか。
さすがにもう寝てもいられないよ。雫のことも気にかかるしね。
ですが両名ともに特に動きも手がかりもありませんし、現状は手詰まりといったところです。
あくまでも可能性だけど、もう GPM にはいないのかもね。何かしらの目的を達成したか、それとも林道の命をつなぐこと自体が目的で、琴音への接触を終えてどこかへ二人で行っちゃったとか。
そうか。
The fact that their whereabouts are unknown is very reassuring. Miser must have noticed the look on my face. He tries to ease me with a smile.
と言ってもさ、まだしばらくは探してみるつもりだよ。
Yeah.
もしまた何か悪さをするっていうなら、それは止めた方がいいだろうし、それに何より、林道は放っておいたら、一人でもこの件、ずっと追いかけるでしょ。妹ちゃんが関わっている以上、どうせ何を言っても止まらないんだろうし、なら俺たちが協力した方が。
Well, he's always been one of us, but he really is one of us now.
なーにさその顔。別に君のためじゃなくて、うちの可愛いマスターのためだもんね。
そうだね。でも、ありがとう。
Miser's doing his best to cheer me up. He's trying to let me know that I can rely on the patrons here without being so upfront about it.
今日はカリアにも協力してもらうつもりだ。健康診断の付き添いとして、内部を可能な限り探ってみようと思う。
俺もついてくけどよ。成果はあんま期待すんな。
頑張る。
ちなみにだけど、それ、僕もついていっちゃダメかな。
ダメ。
Go sleep.
ダメだな。
ダメですね。
That was relentless.
でもさ、
その姿を同僚に見られた場合、どう言い逃れするつもりだ？
だいたい元人間の現人外のさ、あいつらにしてみれば格好の研究対象。
That is very true.
研究？そんな、そこまでのこと。
You sure about that?
てめえにとっては古巣だから、そんな感覚ねえのかもしれないけどな。あそこのやつは油断ならねえんだよ。俺らはんなことされそうになれば軽くボコれるけどよ。てめえにはそれできねえだろ。
Ignis came from Bestia. The GPM sent men there many times before, which is why Ignis probably knows well enough not to trust the GPM as a whole.
ってことで、今日の君の仕事は、うちでマスターと仲良くお留守番。
Stop calling me cute names.
私とミシェルは引き続き目標の捜索を行いますので。
琴音を頼むぞ。
冷蔵庫にある肉とか食っていいからよ。ま、今はおとなしくし
So just munch on that while you wait.
俺たちも何か分かったらすぐリンドウさんに連絡するからさ。
They all nod and look at me. I let out a chuckle, feeling bad, and a bit embarrassed that they're all trying to take care of me. I hate that I've become a burden to them. But they're right. There really isn't much I can do right now. I can move around, and the pain is somewhat subsided. But I'm still not used to this body. I'm still trying to control my strength, and I'm so off balance that I've been having trouble climbing the stairs. The biggest problem was my appearance. I have to agree with them that it's best I don't expose myself to the public.
了解。みんなの言う通り、もう少しおとなしくしているとするよ。ところで彼女は？
琴音なら厨房だけど、どうかした？
いや、ゆうべと今日と顔を見てなくてね。ちょっと心配だなって。
おいおい、何が献身的な介護だよ。スルーされてるじゃねえか。
No, she's just traumatized and feels the weight of guilt on her entire soul.
何か彼女の機嫌を損ねましたか？
そんなことないと思うけど。
What perfect timing. She suddenly peeks out from the kitchen. Kotone is staring at me. She looks oddly tense. I'm not sure if I should say something. Suddenly she comes storming out of the kitchen and comes right up into my face. Mr. Rindo. Let's go out on a date. Oh boy. You get him. You get him, Kotone. Let's go out on a date. Hearing my words, the regulars of Enchante all erupt into utter chaos. I hurriedly go back onto my room to get myself prepared to step out. I know it's sudden, but Mr. Rindo asked me out on a date suddenly too, so this will all make us even. To add, this is about as good of a time as ever to ask him out, especially after hearing his heart-wrenching words. I'm outside with Mr. Rindo. We're at a theme park. Does it change depending on what I mention? That's kind of fun actually. Well, you know, most people go out on dates to places like this.
けど、どうしてこんなタイミングで？それに今の僕と外に出るなんて。
What do you mean? Mr. Rindo hasn't said anything to me on the way here, but now that he's here, he pulls the hood on Ignis. Oh my gosh. He pulls the hood on Ignis's coat he borrowed deeply over his head. I know he wasn't going to feel good outside, yet I forced him out here. At the very least, the people here are having a good time and being merry. None of the people seem to be paying any attention to us. Mr. Rindo, how about we hold hands?
Teo.
Here, like this. Oh my gosh, we're doing such lewd things. Hand holding. Oh my gosh. I reach my hand out to him, to which Mr. Rindo nods and does the same. But then his hand stops. His hand is oddly shaped and can be seen from under his glove. Holding hands with a non-human. He slowly draws his extended arm away from me, but I grip it. Let's go. I gently grab his hand. I lead Mr. Rindo to a number of rides and attractions that wouldn't drag his hood off. Instead of hiding and avoiding the customers here, we moved with everyone and enjoyed our time together. Soon enough, Mr. Rindo slowly started talking as if he's feeling more like himself.
遊園地って懐かしいな。何十年ぶりなんだろう。
Forever, as in years?
中学生ぐらいが最後だと思う。
Oh my god.
ざっくりで30年くらいかな。
30 years. I wasn't even born yet.
本当だ。そう考えるとなんだかすごいね。
We continue our conversation casually as we walk through the park. But then...
ねえねえ、次はあれ乗ろう。
A young boy runs past us with his parents. That alone was enough to instill fear in Mr. Rindo's mind. A wave of guilt washes over me. Is Mr. Rindo going to have to live in fear like this every time he goes for a simple walk outside? We stroll throughout the theme park until the sun starts setting. We take a seat on one of the benches after getting off our last ride. It doesn't take long for our conversation to stop as time slowly passes by. And soon, the sun fully sets. The lights decorating the attractions slowly start to light up. Most of the people walking around us are enjoying themselves. As for us, all we're doing is staring at the fountain in front of us. Yeah, it is. He lets out a sigh of relief. I look at Mr. Rindo, who's staring at the twinkling of the lights in the park. His eyes gleamed hope that he could hide his presence under the cover of darkness. I want to apologize to him. Seeing him like this is so painful that I'm willing to drop to the ground and cry to him an apology. He must have noticed what I'm thinking. Mr. Rindo calmly asks me from his side of the bench. I try my best to answer while trying to suppress my shaking voice. Well, it's because it was fun being with you the last time. So I wanted to ask you out today as a way to, show my thanks.
そっか。嬉しいよ。ありがとう。僕も来られてよかったよ。きっとこれからはこんな風に一緒に出かけるのも難しく。
That's not true! I forced my words out. He tried to distance me with his words, so I stopped him from finishing his thought. I mustered the strength to stand and talk to him. Sure, things won't be the same as before, but we can still be together. We're here dating, aren't we? I'm happy that I was able to spend my day with you, Mr. Rindo. And we can go on dates whenever we want as long as you're alive. So, it doesn't matter whether you're a human or a non-human. Mr. Rindo, I wanted to say that boldly, but I don't have the courage to. My voice begins to weaken. After all, I was the one who turned Mr. Rindo into a non-human. I don't have the right to tell him anything. I bite my lip deeply amid the sparkling park lights. I know. I don't have the right to tell you that being a non-human doesn't matter when I'm the one that did this to you. But I can't think of anything I could say that could cheer you up. Don't cry. I'm not the one who should be crying here, it's Mr. Rindo. But I can't contain myself. My voice slowly blends with my sniffling.
人外になんてなりたくなかった。
I didn't ask to become a non-human. His voice resonates with my ears. My memory finally deals the final blow to my emotions. I'm so sorry, Mr. Rindo. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I fall to my knees pathetically as tears roll down my cheeks.
Otome-chan.
I'm the one who transformed you into who you are now. I was greedy, wanted you to live no matter what the cost. Mr. Rindo, I didn't want to turn you into a non-human.
そういうことか。昨日のカヌスとの話聞いちゃったんだね。それで突然こんなデートに誘ってくれた。
I nod in reply, to which Mr. Rindo crouches down and gently places his hand on my cheek.
ねえ、琴音ちゃん。人間と人外の違いって何だと思う？
Huh? His eyes are calm. Mr. Rindo looks at me with his usual caring eyes.
ミシェルのやつが言ってたんだ。人間も人外もそんなに変わらないって。
I recall Miser saying that to me before too. I don't really think that the difference between a human and non-human are so numerous. First of all, it's not like nature decided to determine who is a human and who is a non-human. Miser's words come to mind, but even so, Mr. Rindo is in front of me as a non-human. He's the one who's going through all the suffering now. Which is all the more reason why I can't agree with what Miser said. Even if I believe that to be true, the difference brings pain and agony to Mr. Rindo.
僕はさ、ミシェルからその話を聞いたとき、首を横に振ったんだ。違う。外見も寿命も全然違うって。でもね、今、自分がこうなって思うんだ。確かに、人間と人外はそんなに変わらないのかもしれないって。
Suddenly the warmth of his lips are gently kissing me on my cheek. A kiss filled with kindness, like the kind given to a young child.
君を泣かせたくないって。幸せにしてあげたいって気持ちは。
Well, too late. I personally cried at least 3 points tonight.
同じなんだ。
Method acting.
まあ、それが普通の幸せかというと、今はちょっとわからないけどね。でも、こうしてキスもできる。思いだって告げられる。もちろん、できないことも増えただろうけど、それでも全てを失ったわけじゃない。だから、こんな身でもよければ、
Obviously not.
またデートに誘わせてほしい。
Mr. Rindo holds my hand and slowly pulls me back up. Mr. Rindo looks at me with his usual kind eyes that I like. My tears begin to flow again, seeing that he hasn't changed at all on the inside. Mr. Rindo, you're going to forgive me for what I did to you?
許すも何も、そもそも恨んでないよ。言ったじゃないか。君が決断してくれなきゃ、僕は死んで、君ともう会えなかったかもしれないんだ。
Is what he's telling me true? I feel like Mr. Rindo is going to leave me as soon as I stop feeling guilty. Grab tightly onto his hand. Need something. Anything that will keep him here. Something that would shackle him to me without him knowing. If I even look away, even for a moment, he may disappear. Even if it's greed, what can I do to keep him with me? That's some yandere thinking there, my girl. I get it. You're desperate right now, but that's some yandere thinking there.
あいつはすぐ逃げちゃうと思うよ。
Miser's words crosses my mind. Mr. Rindo, will you be my boyfriend? I decided to get really up close and personal.
え？なんでそんな話に？
When we're on a date. Well, I'm not sure where that came from either, to be honest. But it must have caught him off guard, and as he looks absolutely flustered now. Mr. Rindo lets out a cough, then speaks to me as if he's still trying to process his thoughts. I would ask you the same thing even if you didn't have some sort of demonic entity on the left side of your body, okay? I'm not saying that because I'm obligated to. Mr. Rindo looks a bit troubled hearing my words. It's as if he's trying to figure out a way to keep his distance from me. He's always like that. He never I can speak. He never lets others get close to him despite being kind to everyone. I bet his request for me to ask him out on a date again was just so that he can ease my guilt. And he's probably trying to put distance between us to let me enjoy a normal, happy life. Which is even more the reason why I'm holding on to Mr. Rindo's hand tighter than before. It was embarrassing at first. He asked if we could be friends. He does his best for people. And sacrifices himself for others. He has a unique personality. He's an excellent cook. He makes my heart flutter. But I turned him to a non-human. I adore every moment I spend with him. I want to be with him. Which is why I love you, Mr. Rindo. My words make sense to me. My feelings are honest and true. He's so kind. Yet he's so lonely. I love you. It doesn't matter if you're human or not. I love you because of who you are, Mr. Rindo. Mr. Rindo's body shivers, and he looks away from me. How do you know? Do you know me?
今の僕はふとした瞬間に君を傷つけるかもしれない。
That's fine. I already own a cafe that literally deals with non-humans on a daily basis.
生きる時間だって大きくずれていくかもしれない。それにこの体にどんな特性が。
Okay. We'll figure it out. His words try to distance us. I don't want to hear it anymore. So, I go and kiss. Yes! Get it, Otome! Get it! Gosh, get it! I cover his mouth with my lips. I forced an unsightly kiss. A kiss without a hint of romance. Even so, this kiss is all I can muster and give to him now. I will love him no matter where he is. No, I will love him no matter what he is. I will love him even if he isn't a human. My love will never change. I know it's awkward, but my kiss is to help bind him to me. A kiss to my beloved. As my lips let him go, I notice both of us blushing red. Silence overtakes the moment. But then I decide to break the silence. Mr. Rindo, you mentioned that our time we have to spend together has changed. But that doesn't sound all that bad to me. I mean, think about it. Our ages are pretty different. Which means that we could spend our time together that much longer now. It's not like we know how long we're going to live for. There's always a chance for either of us to live long lives or either of us to die young. All I ask is that you don't try to put a distance between us over something we don't know. Mind you, I am the owner of Enchante, you know. My normal isn't normal anymore. I think I'm holding back my tears. I hope he can see my smile. He hesitantly and gently embraces me in his arms. Even though he's a non-human now, I can still hear his heartbeat. It's soothing and warm. My tears flow out, blurring my vision. Okay, we're all heartfelt now, ready to go through a harrowing time again. We take our time as we return back to Enchante. Stepping inside, I expected to be sworn by the patrons, asking every question they could think of, but... Huh? Only you, Il. To my surprise, Il's the only one inside Enchante.
Oh yeah, お帰りなさい、二人とも。もう帰ってきたのですか?
Yeah, we're home.
まあ、あまり遅くなっても良くないと思ってね。みんなはまだ調査中かな?
Il simply shakes his head in response to Mr. Rindo's query.
いえ、その調査ならば14時頃には終わりまして、
So what are we
みんな
doing?
すでに帰ってきた後ですね。
So, where is everyone?
カリアはすでに帰宅しましたが、ミシェルとカヌスはイグニスを連れてお赤飯を買いに行くと言っていました。
Okay.
Oh
Oh gosh. If that's true, this is so embarrassing. Out of nowhere, the door suddenly slams open. They're back. I turn around not knowing how I should greet them, but...
おい、やべえことになってんぞ。
Huh? Ignis and the others all ran inside with tension on their face.
やべえこと。
いる。新宿で検索して。
I knew it was too good to be true yet. Il senses the urgency and immediately types the word into his tablet. He adds GPM to the search. The fact that the GPM is working in relation to non-humans isn't known. Miser once said before that things are best hidden in plain sight. So the headquarters itself is made public under the name of a certain corporation. Then suddenly, huh? We all look into the tablet to find. Whoa. An eerie shadow of a tower. A reddish-black shadows cover the GPM headquarters. A towering building in Shinjuku has suddenly become coated in a reddish-black. The news immediately spreads throughout the internet. It is now on the front page of every news site. Seeing what happened, we jump into Mr. Rindo's car and head towards the GPM headquarters. Miser and the rest left before us so that they could act as reconnaissance for us. We've notified Karya via social network to stay home.
僕のタブレットがそこに入ってるから GPM の共有データベース見てもらえる
Yeah. Oh, okay. Following Mr. Rindo's orders, I quickly grab the tablet and set it on my lap. Mr. Rindo gives me instructions and the password to access the shared database. But it says we can't contact those inside and their whereabouts are unknown. The GPM branches within the area sent their crew but can't get in.
ネットニュースや SNS の書き込みの方はどう何か新情報ある
Let me see. I open the social media platform and search for various keywords such as GPM and Shinjuku. There are some saying it's just a prank or some kind of art piece.
あれがいたずらならどれだけ良かったことか
There are differing opinions, but with the police quarantine around the area, something big is happening. There's some posts saying that they saw people touch the shadow and immediately collapse. I guess with the quarantine, there aren't many reports about it now. No matter how much I search, I can't find anything on what happened. It seems like the building simply turned into that towering reddish-black tower in an instant. I check the pictures on news sites. The building is covered in a thick shadow. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before. What is that shadow? It's Shizuku.
あれには見覚えがあるよ僕が見た時はまだあれほどの規模じゃなかったけどね
Huh? Wait. You mean...
ああ間違いないあれは僕の妹
Naughty, Shizuku.
リンド雫の仕業だ
Just as the internet rumors had it, the police have closed off the area to the GPM. The police questioned us, but Mr. Rindo's status as the GPM allowed us to get through. Miser and Il come down from the sky just as we park and get out of the car in front of the GPM. Miser! Il!
いやー、上空から見るとかなり壮観だったよ。
よほどの強い力なのか、周辺一帯あの影が覆っている場所には探知も通りませんね。あのビルを覆う影そのままに、かなり高密度なもののようです。それに、非常によろしくない事態だと考えますが、あの影は徐々に広がっているようですね。
Even though it's not spreading quickly, there's no telling how far it will actually spread.
まずいね早くなんとかしないと
Mr. Rindo looks up at the GPM headquarters when...
おう、全員揃ったか
Ah, the gang's all here. We're ready for Amasaku Island Part 2.
問題はこれより先どのように動くかだな
We have the Enchante regulars here, with Ignis and Canis now joining us.
ま、普通に考えりゃこれをやらかしたリンドの妹だったかわあとなりゃ話はシンプルだとっ捕まえてやめさせりゃいい
問題はそれがそう簡単にいくかって
It's probably not going to be that simple.
やってみなきゃわかんねえだろ
Let's get right in, I guess. Ignis spins his arm around and steps forward. He steps into the shadow, but he gets rejected. The moment he stepped in, he immediately jumps back out.
なんだよこれ座った瞬間そっから力が抜ける
Life steal.
多分だけど この影には生命力を吸い取る力があるんだと思う。僕が食らった呪詛の元はこいつだよ。
おい、めちゃくちゃ重要な情報じゃねえか。先に言えよ、それをよ。
Well, you're the one that's like, let's get into it.
あ、ごめん。生命力に溢れてるイグニスならひょっとしたらと思って。
You're a lively young boy.
意外と持たなかったね。
ダメでしたね。
おい、こら、何役に立たなかったなみたいな顔してんだ。
Poor Ignis.
我が触っても無理なようだ。
そしてお前もだ、カネス。勝手に触ってんじゃねえよ。俺の行動が無駄になるじゃねえか。
Ignis goes on his rant against everyone. We all look at each other again.
二人とも触った後の異常は？
なんともねえな。触ってる間は力が抜けちまうが、離れりゃどうってことはねえ。
こちらも同じくだ。だがこの影の持つ力は凄まじい。我らとて長く触れすぎては危険かもしれない。人間がこれに触れてしまえば、おそらくは。
倒れた時の林道と同じくだろうね。
Yeah, so I can't touch it. When Mr. Rindo was found, the only solutions were to defeat the Saurus or to turn into a non-human. Which means that those who are already affected can be saved if we defeat Shizuku. I look up at the reddish-black building. But if none of you are able to last while in contact with the shadow, then how will we get in?
丸ごと吹き飛ばすのが前提なら、俺がぶっ破するのが手っ取り早いかもだけど、中に生き残りがいた場合や周辺への影響を考えるとベストな策ではないかもね。
かといって半端な火力じゃ破れねえだろうしな。
では穴でも掘って進むか。ここからの距離
Can we dig a hole in?
気合でこなせなくもない。
It'll just fill up with shadow.
いえ、そのあたりは相手も用意周到です。しかも包み込むようにして保護されていますから難しいでしょう。
参ったね。まるで鉄壁の城塞じゃないか。
Everyone falls silent as we try to put our minds together to find a way in.
アンシャンテの皆が揃い踏みとは、やはりこうしてみると壮観だね。
Suddenly I hear Mikado's voice echoing through the area.
その声はミカド。
Everyone immediately puts their guard up, hearing the voice. But Mikado is nowhere around.
ミカドてめえ、どこにいやがる？
雫の影を通じて君たちに声を届けているだけさ。さて、君たちに会えたことは嬉しいが、僕と雫は少々取り込み中でね。できれば邪魔しないでほしいのだよ。
Mr. Rindo takes a step forward, hearing Mr. Mikado's calm voice.
ミカド。
リンド、また会えて嬉しいよ。本当にね。琴音くんは君を救ったんだね。
Yes, I did.
ミカド、お前と雫は一体何をするつもりなんだ？これだけのことをして僕のような犠牲者まで出してどうするつもりなんだ？
Silence prevails. Soon enough, a very calm voice resonates through the now tainted area.
そうだね。話したいこともあるし、リンドと。
I'm helping extract revenge in preparation for our double date. Wrong answer, Mikado. Just us two?
ああ、他のメンツは遠慮願いたい。内部に潜り込まれてしまうと、さすがに対応が面倒だろうからね。
With Mikado's voice, a piece of the shadow disappears as if to signal us inside.
二人は僕の大切な友人だ。傷つけないと約束する。
ざっけんな！な言葉信じられるわけねえだろうが。
ええ、 確実にこれは罠かと。
Yeah, but what other plans do we have to get inside, to be honest? Everyone seems to be against this. Mr. Rindo suddenly looks up and speaks as if he can see Mr. Mikado.
帝は僕だけじゃダメかい？
No, absolutely not. Mr. Rindo! He isn't going in there alone, is he? I want to tell him no, but Mr. Mikado stops me from saying anything.
残念だけど、リンド。僕は彼女の話が特に聞きたいんだ。大切な人が人外化した者同士としてね。
Now that I think about it, our situations are similar. Mikado also said that he didn't want to lose his friend. I recall my meeting back at the park and made up my mind. I'll go with you.
琴音ちゃん。
I'm going. If we don't do something, the shadow thing is just going to keep spreading. You're Mikado's friend, right? If so, I think we can trust Mikado.
琴音。
無理だけはしちゃダメだよ。
I'll try my best. I promise.
ならよし。リンド、彼女のこと任せたよ。
ああ、確かに任されたよ。
I smile at everyone looking at me as Mr. Rindo takes my hand. We slowly head into the opening the shadow made, our hands tightly holding one another's. Okay, I think now would probably be a good time to call it a night, just because I do have to get to bed. Because it is 12:30 at night. It's after midnight. But yeah, we'll probably pick this back up. I'm not sure how much more we have. We are in the final chapter, so I feel like we're probably nearing the end since we're getting into like the harrowing bit again. But we'll finish this up on Saturday. So let's see here. Go ahead and make a save. Save, okay. Go make a save here. Okay, let's see here. Save complete, perfect. Put that here. Let's see. See if we can go raid someone. I'm trying to get in the habit of doing that. Trying to find someone who's online. Ah, nobody else is streaming Otome games? Oh, so sad. Let's see. Tag that. Let's see. Doesn't look like anyone's on. It is quite late after all, so I'm not surprised, to be honest. Plus, who would be up at midnight streaming an Otome game? Only I would be up at midnight streaming an Otome game. So I guess we'll just go ahead and end it here tonight. So thank you everyone for coming out to hang out tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed stream. We'll be picking this up again on Saturday. Saturday at 8:30 p.m. Central. So we'll be finishing Rindo's route, and if we get done with that pretty quickly, which I feel like we probably will, we'll be continuing on to another route, which will probably be, I don't know. It's a coin toss between Il and Ignis. We'll figure it out when we get there. But yeah, I'll get a save file prep so we don't spend over an hour going through the choices again. I will get a save file prepped for that, so we can just jump into that whenever we get finished up with Rindo's route. But I'm excited to see this. I'm enjoying Rindo's route so far. I don't know, like maybe it's just like cliche-ness, right? But it's just soft, and Otome games are made for that pure maiden feeling, right? That the kokoro going doki doki, and I'm having a good time so far. Anyway, I'm getting off track here, but yeah, so we'll be live again on Saturday, 8:30 p.m. Central to continue this. If you want to keep up with me when I'm going live, I've got the schedule also posted on Twitter, which is I can speak. I've got that link down in the panels below, where you can find me on Twitter. I haven't posted too many things other than just schedule and going live, but I will slowly but steadily try to start posting just other things as well, just to like have conversation, right? Other than that, thing is I haven't announced yet. I announced it on Twitter, but I don't think I talked about it on stream because I've been having internet issues recently. But I like singing, and so I decided to go ahead and make a Smeal karaoke account, um, where I will be singing stuff, and we can all sing together. So if you guys like singing and you want to sing with me, I also, unfortunately, there's no like actual link that I can link it to because there's not. I don't know. It's weird, I guess, since it's an app. But it'll still be the same. It'll be the same handle as on here. So at Michio_exe, you can find me on Spiel and we can sing together and do lots of fun stuff. But other than that, I think that's pretty much all I wanted to cover. So thank you everyone for coming out tonight again, and I will see you guys on Saturday. Have a good night. Bye bye.